local economies, promoting sustainable practices, and fostering a deeper connection between travelers and the environment. Adventure tourism holds the power to uplift communities, create job opportunities, and offer unforgettable experiences while preserving the natural heritage of our regions. Through today's discussions, we hope to explore innovative ways to harness this potential, making adventure tourism a driving force in India's tourism landscape. Let us embark on this exciting journey together. We also take a moment at this point of time to thank our sponsors. The presenting sponsor of the Meghalaya Tourism Meet 2024 is Meghalaya Tourism in association with Incredible India. The Adventure Tourism Meet 2024 is powered with our gold partners, Odisha Tourism, Uttarakhand Tourism, Bodoland Tourism, and Uttar Pradesh Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our sponsors. On that note, the Adventure Tourism Meet 2024 has officially begun. So without any further delay, let us start with the very first session of the day. The topic of the session is close to the heart of this event: revitalizing local economies through adventure tourism. As we all know, adventure tourism is not just about the thrill and excitement it brings to travelers. It also holds the potential to uplift local communities by generating employment, promoting sustainable practices, and showcasing the unique cultural and natural heritage of the regions involved. The sessions will explore how we can harness this power to create lasting positive impact on local economies. We are fortunate, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our midst an esteemed panel of experts who have extensive experience in the field of adventure tourism. I now would like to invite our distinguished panelists to join us on the dais one by one. We'd like to start off with Mr. Okin Tayeng, the member of the Legislative Assembly of Arunachal Pradesh, member of the National Tourism Advisory Council and chapter chairman for Northeast States, Adventure Tours Operators Association of India. A wonderful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Okin Tayeng. I also would like to invite Mr. Ajit Rana, the director of Overlander India. Extremely fortunate to also have in our midst Mr. E. Banlum Langbla, the president of the Northeast India Tourism Confederation and Tour Operators Association of Meghalaya. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. This session will be moderated by Mr. Raj Basu, the convener of the Association for Conservation and Tourism, whose dedication to preserving local communities while promoting tourism is truly inspiring. Let us give our panelists will provide value insights on how we can leverage adventure tourism to drive economic growth while ensuring the sustainability of local communities. For now, here we have, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Raj Basu.
Good morning, Shillong. Thank you. It's such a good opportunity that, for ages, Shillong has been the intellectual capital for the entire northeastern subcontinent. And today, when you talk about the adventure get-together, there couldn't be a better place than Shillong in Meghalaya. So, how much across India are we concerned about the northeastern region, that we are having a meet over here with who is who of adventure from across the country who has come together. So we would like that you put a big hand for all of them, please. Thank you very much for taking forward the first session. We have the wonderful panelists, but before that, we have our guest, Mr. Das, who is over here with us. He is the Honorable Councillor for Tourism for Bodoland Territorial Council. So, hearty welcome and a good morning to him. Thank you, Mr. Dharmanarayan Das. Thank you. Also, we have today, on the dais, we just heard their names. We had Ajit Rana ji, who hails all the way from Rajasthan. He has gone out of the way to promote rural tourism. And through his overland adventures from the western part of Rajasthan, he has covered a wide landscape of the legendary Rajasthan, which tops the map of tourism when we talk about tourism in India. And he has not only brought together a new dimension to tourism, but he has created a new market segment for Rajasthan, which is beyond heritage, which brings in adventure and the people together. Thank you, Mr. Rana, for being with us. The second person whom we have, who is our own homegrown, Mr. Blah, who is there with us, Mr. E.B. Blah. We have known each other from ages. He has not only represented Meghalaya as a destination, but he has represented Northeast into a lot of international forums. He has been heading a lot of different associations, which also includes the Northeastern Tourism Confederation that we have here together, of all the Northeastern states put together. So a big hand to Mr. Blah for being with us, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to listen to you in your house and your inputs for the younger generation who is there with us over here today. Now, our very neighboring place, which is again one of the stars of Arunachal, one of the stars of Northeastern region, that is Arunachal Pradesh. You put your ears to the youth over there and you listen to the name of Mr. Okentayang. The reason being, he's a man who has been with tourism for a very, very long time and then came into politics, because it is usually politics first and then they come into tourism. But it is completely the other way for Oken, who is there with us. He began with adventures which range from a very wide things. Like when we talk about adventure, we think about, trekking, mountaineering, paragliding, rafting, but it was something what was very different. During the World War II, what had happened, a lot of flights had actually wrecked in the forest of Arunachal Pradesh. If you look at the forest of Arunachal Pradesh, it crosses across the Patkai Hills into Myanmar from the eastern side. And when the flights took off from there and went off to Kunmin, when it was completely cut off with the Axis forces, there was the only way that could connect was through the different carriers that we had in those days. So several of them had actually crashed into the forest of Arunachal Pradesh, and the adventure for Okenta started from there, where their ancestors, their people, their successors of their families, they came to look for their crash places, and this is where they were taken into the forest through expeditions and to find out where these flights had crashed actually. So these are the kind of adventures that we are going to talk about, because Northeastern region itself is an adventure. And that is the reason we say that when rest of the Indians are visiting here, you immerse as an Indian. When you come to the Northeastern region, live with the communities over here, you immerse as an Indian, but you emerge as an Asian. So over to Mr. Rana to give his thoughts on the adventure tourism of today's session. Please, sir. To present today, the theme today is revitalizing local economic through adventure tourism, because all of us know that when we talk about adventure tourism, it is people who are not permanently coming and settling down at a place. They come here, they connect to the landscape through the different means of experiences, and then they go back from here. So how does the entire process revitalize the local economy is the discussion of today's first session. So over to Mr. Rana, please.
Thank you very much. Um, I'm from the Jodhpur region, and Jodhpur rural tourism, what they call the village safari, started in the Jodhpur region of almost 35 years ago, pioneered by some senior members of the local communities there. And it has become a regular feature. However, what happens and what has been happening in this village safari is that it is something where the guest, the tourist is taken into a home where there are many other tourists already there. It's basically very commercial. The emphasis is on what they will buy, so that the guide or the driver can make a commission out of it. And it has really been diluted over the years. So when we started, our idea was to make this a rural drive. We refused to use the word village safari just to be different from it. And we called it a rural drive or a rural adventure. And it's not an adventure like paragliding or trekking or mountaineering or something. It's a different kind of adventure where we take the guests in 4x4 vehicles. They are given a drive, 4x4 drive over a riverbed, which is exciting, thrilling. And then they visit villages and rural homes. And they see the communities, they interact with them firsthand, they taste their cuisine. And in the process, how we designed this was in a way where it remains completely authentic. The route, the drive that we do is in such a place where the tourists who are with us will not see, let alone go to the same home, they will not even see another tourist. And we use these homes, we are from the region, we have access to these homes because our relationships with these families have been there for generations, and they allow us into their homes. And while they are very hospitable, we of course do not abuse this hospitality. And this is how, from our side, we are helping the local economies. These are all homes whose primary livelihood is agriculture. And by taking our tourists into their homes, we of course compensate them. And it doesn't just end at monetary compensation. Over time, we have become like a family with these people that we visit. And it's not just say three or four homes that we visit that day. It doesn't mean that we just have 3 or 4 homes that we visit. There are many homes, and it's completely natural. So we don't know which family is going to be where on a particular day. But what we do for them, in addition to just compensating them, is also look after their needs in terms of health, education, work with the government issues, with the panchayat, things like that, and various other things. And this is how we've played our part in helping these local people. And this is a steady thing. And when we talk about revitalizing local economies through adventure tourism, of course, when you have activities which are either paragliding or even rafting or things like that, these take place in one place.
Thank you, Ajit. In fact, it's been a wonderful discussion. We'll just, interact with you. In fact, just talk to you that, you see that how the coming of visitors going to the villages have changed the social, that upgraded the social status of the villagers over there in education and in health, as you just said.
Yeah, that was one of the things.
That was one of the things. And,
Yes.
this is where let us intervene and let us tell them in more details that how even in Meghalaya, this can happen when visitors are going to the villages. What are the ways that they can attach themselves to the social and the environmental development of the village? If you can just give a little more detailed input into that.
So I can
Yes.
tell you about Rajasthan.
Yes, about Rajasthan, yes.
So, of course, when we have the visitors coming there, our interaction, our helping these communities um, in terms of education and health. I mean, it's even recommending kids from the family where to study, getting them admissions, even helping them get jobs if they want to. Many kids these days don't want to continue parents' agricultural practices. They want to move to the cities. They want to get help in getting jobs. Health issues, seeking, rather than going to a local village doctor who's not really a qualified doctor, we take them into the city of Jodhpur. We seek out the right place for them, and we even help financially. When if it comes to if it's the requirement is beyond just the government help that they can get, even in that we help with them.
That's wonderful, actually. This is where we wanted to tell you, with the visitors coming to the villages, the aspirations of the youth are taken care of. They get an exposure to the entire world by the coming of the visitors. So this is something what tourism brings into rural areas. And this is also a major part. It is not only economy that is coming in, it is not only money that comes in with visitors coming to our villages, but it is along with that, it is a development in their social status. It is also telling them and appreciating the heritage, the natural and cultural heritage that they have, which they try to preserve. When they see appreciation for that, there is pride that comes into the villages, and that is what it brings in the tourism context, the adventure context, for our rural tourism to be very much a part of the adventure activities. Before we
And
get back to you, yes,
yeah, no, sorry. And
please.
I was just going to add that this is just one part of what we do. The other thing which we do is little more widespread, which is doing drives into the desert. Now, this is again, we are visiting places and local homes, local communities, but this is not on a regular basis like our rural drive. This is something which takes place maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but the group size is bigger. So when we use a particular person's home in this area where we don't go often, we use their home for one meal, and the number of people can be maybe 20 or 30 people. That itself gives them, we make sure that that itself gives them enough revenue, which is equal to their at least 1 month's revenue.
That's great. So before we come back to you again, we'll go to Mr. Blah. We'll ask him to talk about the local model, how adventure tourism can actually revitalize our rural backdrop all around Shillong and beyond into the different hills of Meghalaya. Please.
Thank you, Sir Raj. Uh, Today, I think, is a historic day in the state of Meghalaya, where we are having such a big gathering for an adventure tourism meet. In fact, tourism in Meghalaya has just come of age just recently in the last few years. And along with this, also adventure tourism. While sitting here, I can see many in the audience who are pioneers in adventure tourism in the state of Meghalaya. But I can tell you one thing is that it seems today they are very happy that this meet is taking place here. Because what happened is that if you talk about adventure tourism in Meghalaya and other parts of Northeast, just 15, 20 years ago, you won't find many takers and you won't find people even interested to talk about adventure tourism. But seeing the transformation of the society through adventure tourism, uh, many people are really interested today in adventure tourism in this state and in the Northeast. Coming back to my home state here, I would like to set some few examples. Just about 15 years ago, you will see just very few adventure activities taking place in the state of Meghalaya. But these small steps have today uh, shown the fruits of adventure tourism in the state. For example, my friend here, Mr. Jason Lamari, he's sitting here in the front row. You'll be hearing his speech later on. Uh, he is a pioneer in adventure tourism in that place called Shnongpreng. And Shnongpreng is one place, not only Shnongpreng, the entire Umgat River of Dauki, Shnongpreng, Darang, that area has become famous, not only because of other types of tourism, but it is specifically because of adventure tourism. And the pioneer, Mr. Jason, he is a person who set up that camp there in Phnom Penh, doing scuba diving, rock climbing, kayaking, all those other adventure activities, which they are never unheard of in in Meghalaya and in many parts of Northeast. Nobody have seen those adventure activities. But his setting up a camp there, starting with all these small adventure activities. Today, you will find lots of camps there in that area, and it has transformed the livelihood of so many people in that area. And today, even if anybody says about Phnom Penh, about the Umngat River, I think across the world everybody knows. Especially, it's not only that adventure part, it also because of that crystal clear water. You have seen, I think, at the boating there, crystal clear water. Nobody would have seen those crystal clear water if not Jason starting with the adventure activities in that area. This is one thing which I'm just giving one example in Meghalaya. There are many such other things also which he has started with thing, and others also. Mr. Brian has started with the caving. That now today the famous caves of Meghalaya are today in the map, the caving map of the world because of certain people like Mr. Brian. Now I've seen the other places. I'll just give you an example also. When about 15, 20 years ago, Mr. Eugene Yangti, it's a young boy. He started all these track events in biking and off tracks and all this. And people were wondering what he is doing. All these sounds of bikers, something going in the mud and all these things. They have not seen. Because that time they are not aware of all these things. But today is one of the most favorite spots today, which can really take up tourism in a big way through this kind of sport. So I'm just giving examples, small examples.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Blah, for highlighting this, because I remember the first adventure activity that we had started was actually on the Captain Scott's route. To walk the route, the trade route, which was once very famous for trade connectivity. And, along with Mawphlung, I think that is the time when during the first festival in Meghalaya, we started with the trek over there. So that was the first adventure activity. But it's been many, many years since then. I mean, we see a whole group of youth who are sitting over here. If Mr. Blah can just highlight that how our young people can actually get engaged to take up the profession of adventure tourism and then go ahead, maybe back, not only from Shillong, but also a lot of them would have their houses back in the villages, also from there, how they can take it up. If you can just give them some suggestions, that will be very nice.
First of all, I would like to advise all the youth who are sitting here, those who want to take up tourism as a profession, is that you have seen about 20, 15, 20 years ago, lots of rural migration to the town of, to the city of Shillong. But today you find many of the youth, they are staying back because they have seen the fruits of tourism. They are engaged today in tourism business. And one of this is that they should be also engaged in the tourism business. We have fewer people, fewer youth today taking up adventure. But I think so. In the next few years, we'll see lots of our youth taking up adventure activities because now they realize that with adventure activities, they could really make their livelihoods. But one thing is that I would put a caution here. Adventure is one thing also which you may, in certain areas, certain activities, you have to spend a lot of money. A lot of capital is required. And I request the government of Meghalaya sitting here and all the northeastern states, the government, to please help our youth in acquiring all these equipments, heavy equipments, maybe in a subsidized way or something, some kind of a financial support that they can come up. And I feel that after helping them, maybe in a few years' time, they will be equipped with so much adventure equipment that they can really do and stand on their own feet. But I'll tell you one thing is that it's such an exciting thing. Adventure is such an exciting thing, especially for the young people, because you need energy. You need energy. And I can tell you that all the young people sitting here, you have got enough energy. And I think with your energy, we can transform this place into one of the most, the entire Northeast, into a famous place for adventure. And here whereby it will be the real adventure will begin here in Northeast. We have seen adventure tourism. There are famous personalities sitting here. Those are famous in adventure across pan India and the world. But I feel that this is one place which Northeast is that Northeast can offer so much in adventure that I don't think any other destination across the
Thank you.
country can compete with Northeast.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Blas. So you have just heard, for adventure tourism, you need the partnership of the wonderful landscapes. Because without these hills, rivers, forests, and the community culture which is connected to the natural resources that we have, we wouldn't be able to take forward adventure. And here we have an iconic figure from the Northeast who represents adventure. We would like to listen a little bit about the journey of Mr. Oken Taing, like how he took forward his journey and how the local transformation of the places where he brought together could revitalize the economy, not only the economy over there, but also bring in pride within the locals for the natural and the cultural resources and the heritage that was there around it. Please, Mr. Tang, if we can hear from you.
Thank you, Ras. I would like to thank India's Express for putting together this wonderful event once again. So if I have to describe my journey, it's a tedious, long one. I don't want to do it again. It's a few patches of them. But, it's always a big pride showcasing your own culture, your own land, your own cuisine, and, mega enjoyable living out of that. So that's what I've been doing all these years. Northeast is such a wonderful, wonderful part of the world. I've traveled to Shillong, Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur. There's always a exciting place to go to. So now Shillong especially, there's so much to do in terms of adventure tourism. Adventure tourism, of course, is slightly different from what regular tourism is. This is a bit more physical, and there's a certain amount of risks and excitement involved. So we have to, let's try to divide the segment a little clearly. And you already have so much going on. The caving is really, it's world-class caving facilities here. Then kayaking has been really good in Meghalaya for a long, long time. And you have people like, role models like Jason Lamare, who's been doing excellent work. For the young people, you have a very, easy platform to start. You can see from, what's the good guys are doing already, and then take it forward, but in a different way. Upgrade the quality of things, the operation in Northeast, because when it comes to adventure tourism, there are lots of risks involved, lots of safety issues that has to be taken care of. If something happens tomorrow, if somebody dies, then the end of it, there'll be lots of negative effects. So we have a session coming up with one of our iconic adventure men here, Mr. Soin. So he'll do a session on your safety and risk mitigation. So I advise all of you have a listen to him. That way we can bring in quality operation in our area. But this is an absolutely amazing career and option. I never had a dull moment. And what I am here today is completely by doing adventure activities in Northeast India, showcasing my own backyard, my own people, my culture. So, we have a place where you can start, make a new beginning, see the things that went wrong in other places, and bring a world-class tourism territory in India and in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Oken. So if you can just put in for the youths and for the government over here that, skill is something what we need to generate when it comes to safety, when it comes to, training youths to come into adventure tourism. So the need for a skill academy. So what could be the way out that, our youths in Northeast could be engaged into adventure tourism through a proper skill development center? If you can just give some input, because now that you're into politics, into policy making, so if you can give a little more inputs into it, that will be very helpful for all of us. Please, sir.
Yeah, we already have a national adventure tourism policy. And ATOI, my organization, doing part of it. So we already doing a lot of work. We started with workshop specifically on safety in different sectors of the country. We did it in South, did it in North, and we shortly have one coming up probably in Shillong, where we'll train with experts from the field, how things are done in right way, the kind of risk mitigation measures, the safety training, so that when people come to visit, they understand that you're in right hands. Otherwise, We had lots of incidents in Arunachal also. We had a couple of accidents while rafting. In Meghalaya also, I believe there's some accidents while kayaking. And in Sikkim, we had somebody fall off from, paragliding. So we really want to avoid this kind of situation. Otherwise, who would go for a holiday, for an excitement activity to, have this kind of an incident? So I think safety is paramount, risk mitigation, at the same time making your holiday, your adventure activity enjoyable is very, very important. So we are looking at finding a space and a period where we can discuss with all the stakeholders, where we can conduct this kind of training and discuss safety measures and training and licensing. So ATOI will work as a platform whereby you are licensed, that somebody can be certified that you are qualified to take people on a trekking, and if somebody had a fracture, he knows exactly what's to be done. If somebody had a snake bite, exactly what's to be done. If somebody drones, what kind of CPR. So this has to be in place. Otherwise, there'll always be a risk factor which has to be taken care of.
Very true. You have just heard, how important it is to develop your skill, because adventure is something, which has your adrenaline secretion going over, because that is what makes it different from the mainstream tourism. The mainstream tourism that goes into sightseeing, it gives you a good feeling. It clears your mind. It helps your mind to develop. But adventure, it helps in the adrenaline secretion to you. And this is where, it is more important, or it is more prevalent amongst the youth to be a part of adventure, because that moves you even into other careers that you take over in the future to come. But when we look into adventure tourism and the economic advantage that it has brought in to establish places like Rajasthan, where we already had the economy of tourism, but how has adventure tourism or adventure activities, especially soft adventures, has helped to bring in the economic development into villages of Rajasthan? Let us hear from the horse's mouth himself. Please, sir.
Yes, so like you said very correctly, it is soft tourism compared to soft adventure compared to the rest of this adventure. But you see this also increasing in Rajasthan. We have dunes in Rajasthan, which are of course nothing like the dunes of Arabia. But even we at Overlander India, we do some dune driving, which comes more into the adventure category than just softer adventure like rural visits. Again, the very definition of adventure is very fluid. But coming back to this dune activity, this is something again Dubai style. Uh, Again, dune bashing. Yeah, you can call it that. We don't like to use the word bashing. it's and it's not good for the ecology. And we did this for 2 years and we stopped it. But again, it see the Thar Desert, for example, is very alive desert. It's not like the desert of Arabia, which is just sand dunes. This is, it's got a lot of flora, fauna, communities, and this kind of activity. You have a lot of people who've started horse safaris. We also have, between my partner and I, we have a collection of the local breed of Marwadi horses, and we do horse safaris. That is definitely an adventure activity. We do also camel safaris. Camel, again, is something which we don't own, but we can organize. But horse safari is quite a regular thing, in the sense we do at least 5 to 6 horse safaris in a season. And like that, you have many activities which, like you said, you can categorize as soft adventure, which are now coming into Rajasthan. Even a culinary experience, going through the villages, going through different communities and learning the different kinds of cuisine. Some of it involves, camping overnight, the kind of outdoor cooking that we do, which is underground cooking. It became very famous. It got filmed by an American YouTuber, and this experience that we offer garnered over 9 million views on YouTube, and that has kind of brought this more into the limelight. So there are many activities which are soft adventure and which are increasing in Rajasthan. And again, this again helps the local communities and the local people, because you're employing the local people for this. And this is again away from the big cities of Jaipur, Udaipur, Jodhpur, where tourism is already very prevalent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay. So you have just heard, that how adventure activities can relate to the local traditions that are there. Because Northeast itself, if you all see that there are several people from across the country who come to the Hornbill Festival only for the adventure of food that is there. Because they have never seen this kind of food anywhere in the country. And so that brings in a lot of crowd other than the culture and the architecture that is there. Similarly, across Meghalaya, we have a lot of livelihood and traditions which could actually fit into adventure. If Mr. Black can actually, because he's traveled across Meghalaya and the Northeast in the different parts, lived with the communities in the different areas. So if you can just highlight some of the livelihood activities, some of the regular traditions within the Meghalaya communities, which can be added to adventure, where people can come and take up these activities like living into a local house with the local this one, going for fishing, going for caving, going on the living root bridges, all these kind of things that are available across Meghalaya. How this can be brought into adventure? If you can just highlight a little about it, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Raj, for that question. One thing which I've seen in Meghalaya, which adventure can really take place, is through trekking. Because what happened is that we saw so many trekking routes. Those are, today we call them trekking routes, but they are the routes that are taken by the people across the state, especially in the southern part of Meghalaya, where they used to go for their daily livelihood. They go to the forest, and then they go also for the various huts, traditional huts that they have. I can give you an example. There's a place called Dwarka Nongtirnam in near Mausanam site. I have trekked down that road, that old road, and I found that there are so many remnants of those days where the people from those areas, means from the Bangladesh plains, they climb up to Mausanam, other parts, and they're using those routes. And today, those will be very good trekking routes. And then you have famous species like, you can see the Huluk Gibbons, that side. You can see the remnants of those other what you call I think that was a part of that old kingdom of the Khasis, where you have all the remnants where people, you can find those small the places where they gather together, they rest, and then they have their daily meals, and all those things are there. They're still there, and if we can revive those treks, I think that will be very good. That is one thing which we should follow. We should follow the treks. Now, if you go to recently, Meghalaya has come up with that book, Echoes of the Hills. That means for the trekking routes across Meghalaya. There are lots of places you'll find from those that are of traditional nature, which are created by our forefathers. Those are created by our forefathers. Those can be very good for trekking, maybe soft treks, and some of them also for hard trekking.
That's wonderful, actually. You have an insight over here where the traditional routes which connected to the hearts. In the olden times, what we call adventure today was a part of the people's life, because they had to trek from one village to the other. They had to trek from the market back to their villages, selling their products. They had to go on to fishing to the rivers. Everything in the life was what, if we do today, would be known as adventure. And what better place of practice, which is still today, as hunters and gatherers. If we see, there are a lot of communities who are still hunters and gatherers back into our forest of Arunachal Pradesh, which their lifestyle of sustainability can be adapted into adventure tourism and can be continued as a pride and also as an economic activity. If we may please request Mr. Okentang to do a little bit of highlight on the lifestyle of the Arunachali people, the way they live, their food habits, their traditions, which can, and also, the economy over there is based on something what is known as method. This is a wonderful thing that is very rare to the rest of the world. So how did this thing happen, and how this can be brought into adventure? If you can throw some light into that, sir, please.
Yeah, but I would like to remark what Ba just said. Creating a product is, is very important. You create an product, you create a brand, build a story around it. That's how it works in tourism in most of the time. Your Maolinglong is such a good story, the cleanest village in Asia, Mr. Lalus, and it's taken off like anything. Everybody knows this place. So when you create a tourism product, you have to understand what kind of myths, what kind of story you create around it, and build a brand, that can participate the quality and also what you can do out of your product. So coming back to Arunachal, we have Arunachal is very diverse, Raz, as you know. We have about 30 tribes, each of them speaking different dialects, and even the culture and tradition. You can group them into at least 7, 8 of them. Their origin and their language and things like that. And each of us has a very interesting activities. Like some of them are not very eco-friendly. We have things like hunting festival we're trying to get rid of. But our fishing, each tribe has a different way of fishing. So we would usually use in traditional method, it's either by traps and sometime by, organic, it's like organic poison, right? Things like that. So, but if it's done in a sustainable manner, once or there's a period of time in the area, you do it. So these are really amazing, spectacular activities, one can incorporate. So we have to go back to this and curate it properly and make sure, we don't, exercise and observe the environmental impact. So these can be really good activities we can incorporate.
That's so wonderful, while working in Arunachal, mainly into wildlife tourism and birding, initially there were no guides available over there. We managed to put up, campsites, or we managed to, have a homestay, but there were no guides available. And the most respected person in the society used to be a hunter. So the hunter, we used his skills to train up the youths over there instead of bringing an expert from somewhere in Europe or somewhere else. We brought in these hunters to train these youth of the study of the biodiversity that they have, the different trails of the wildlife, the different birding nesting seasons. And on today's date, these guides are some of the best guides in the country that we know of. And this is how, tourism can be taken forward, how our traditions can actually become a part of the adventure that we have over here. Coming back to branding, as we were just talking about, I would request Mr. Ajit, if you can just put in a little bit of how did you market your product, because it was a niche product in the heritage of the palaces. So how did you market your product that you are one of the best inbound operators on today's date in India promoting Rajasthan, please?
We actually, like I said, so village safari already existed in the area. But and in a state where, like you rightly said, tourism revolves around fort, palaces, havelis, and the glitz and glamour of royalty. What we used was Gandhiji's famous line, "The essence of India lies in her villages." And that is true, not just of Rajasthan, not just of India, but anywhere in the world, It is the rural communities that retain culture, tradition, heritage, cuisine, costumes, everything. And very much so in Rajasthan as well. And the whole idea was, while you're seeing the glitz and glamour of India and Rajasthan, if you want to see real India, you want to experience real Indians who are not affected by westernization, which normally comes through originally TV and now internet, come to rural Rajasthan, which now unfortunately is also being affected. But rural communities are the slowest to be affected. And that has been what has really helped us. The fact that we are able to take our visitors deep into the heartland, away from the tourist traps where the village safaris go. There, people are actually, they are not even from those communities, they are dressed up like that just to show a little bit of what they call rural life. We actually go very deep into the thing. And we invite the foreign tour operator and the DMCs in Delhi to come experience it themselves. In fact, I'd just like to add to that. Uh, we also serve a rural lunch on this trip, which is absolutely authentic. Very simple, very, very simple, but fresh and authentic. And we have had the people, the guests who come to us, we have a very simple rule that if people are not satisfied, forget satisfied, if they're not thrilled with the experience, if their reaction is lukewarm, we don't want your money. We have never till date taken any advance payment of any kind. It's always after the experience. So that's how we work, and so far that's worked for us.
Thank you very much. So here you have a model which is a tested model, and it's working over there, and which makes one of the best inbound operators. We also have Mr. Blah, who runs a guest house himself. He has a tourism outfit, and he leads a lot of associations at the northeastern level. So if you may please highlight on how do we market, how do we brand adventure tourism for Meghalaya, it would be a very nice input for all of us over here, because it is directly related to the economics of the local community. So how do we brand this kind of adventure tourism for Meghalaya? If you can just give me a few words of advice.
Meghalaya today is quite famous now in the tourism map. So, but what people sees in Meghalaya, they see only mostly nature, but they don't see adventure. So I feel that we should highlight more of adventure for every natural beauty, add adventure to it. When we have your advertisements, your banners, your flags, and all these things in the social media everywhere, please we should highlight also the adventure activities that are there in Meghalaya. That is one thing. And another point is that through networking, good networking, because what happened is that many are not aware, the tour operators from Meghalaya are not aware about the adventure tour operators across the country, which can bring those tourists who are really interested in adventure. That is one thing, is that lack of networking is one thing which is not help till date. We have not been able to promote Meghalaya and the rest of Northeast in such a way like that. It should focus also on adventure. Example is that networking is much. Today, I know many of you are sitting in the panel here because of networking and because of our meeting. Mr. Oken Tayeng, we met when we were together training in Singapore. I knew Oken from that time when we were together for that study tour. So then again, for you also, the same thing. It's through this networking, through the fam tours that we are meeting each other. So I feel that today in this adventure meet, we should have more of that interaction. So Swine is here, and many people, famous personality here. I think many of them, many of people sitting here, they are not aware about the potential that you can help them for promotion of adventure tourism in the state. So that is what we need, the need of the hour.
So thank you very much. So you know exactly what we are doing today. This exercise that we are doing today over here, sitting in Shillong, is actually to bring in the world of adventure to Meghalaya. So this is one of the major intentions of having this adventure meet that we are having today. And you can see that the who is who from adventure is over here. And also, there are different, you heard that there are different ways of branding. And what better than Oken that we have over here, who has brought Arunachal into the National Geographic map through his adventure activities. He has his contribution, his share in promotion of the state. So if Oken can also give some inputs and some advice on how to brand a place, especially Northeast, when it comes to adventure, please.
Yeah, I mean, branding is like you must understand something. What a specialty you have. You must have an USP. How do you stand out for the rest of the places, rest of the product, rest of the people? So once you have that, then you have an extra value. You have an edge. So I mean, for me, Meghalaya has been a very, very special place. I mean, but I think to an extent we have kind of trivialized it. Most of the places people just go and pay a small amount of money. And now, that place like Lightroom, I mean, first time I went, there was nobody there, just two of us standing. And I could have paid 10,000 rupees for this kind of experience. But today, if you go, there are people are swarming there, they're bargaining for a cup of tea. So I think we should make an effort to slightly get away from there and have a place somewhere in Meghalaya where you pay, maybe 10,000 rupees to enter. Have one place like that. I mean, it's just like hotels. There are places you can go and stay for 500 rupees, but there are places where you can pay 20, 30, 40,000, 1 lakh rupees a night. So I think in Meghalaya is such a fantastic place, such good location. I mean, some places are just out of this world. So I think have one or two operation where you charge us lots of money, do a high value activity. I mean, not all the places, but one place you must have something like that. Otherwise, you'll get dragged to this mass tourism, low value, whereby, you don't really make much money. Because end of the day, if the people doesn't benefit, if you don't make enough money, youth are not satisfied, but what you're earning out of tourism, it's not going to be a viable activity.
So this is a very important issue that has come up while we're discussing in this first session, the issue of, while we are branding, one good model place which would make the state a destination in adventure tourism, because that is very much needed. Where we understand the carrying capacity, where we understand the architecture, where we understand how to keep the nature over there pristine instead of making it too popular with over footfalls. And then the local people saying that, we do not want over tourism over here. We do not want any more tourists. It is happening across the world. You have to understand that, there are people, there are local communities who have started saying, we do not want any more tourists over here, because this is something we have to understand. It is very easy to make a destination. It is very easy to promote a destination. But then how do we confirm the sustainability of the destination is one of the sessions that we are going to have in this entire meet of today that we are here. Please stay on, because if all of you stay on, you would be able to listen to these different sessions and presentations, that how do we make adventure tourism more responsible? How do we make it more economically viable for the local people, for the host community, to the places that they belong to? Because these are some important points that we need to discuss in the upcoming sessions that we have. But before that, we had some excellent insights of how do we bring in the rural places, because the rural places were never highlighted into adventure. There was a time when we had trekking. When we first started trekking, we would go into an area with our own porters, with our own leaders, put up campsites, and the local people used to see us, going across their village. Maybe we would take a glass of water or something from them, which they would be happy to, because, anywhere in India, and especially in the Himalaya, where they consider guests as their gods, they would obviously look after this one. But there was no inputs from the tourists for a very long time when we had begun, because we would only leave back trash and all that we had in the campsites for the locals to clean up. But later it changed. When we started from the Kanchenjunga base camp, it will start from a place known as Pelling in western part of Sikkim. It is to go to the Kanchenjunga trek. It was a very popular trek, because we had a very premier institution known as the Himalayan Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling, where the entire adventure training used to take place. So they used to start their trek from a place known as Pelling, where they used to camp in a school campus, and they used to go ahead from there on a 29 days trek. And there was nothing for the locals excepting a few supplies or maybe a few porters. But on today's date, the locals, they maintain over there at least 180 to 200 rooms where they can host the tourists. That is the ownership change that we are looking forward to through adventure that comes in. So while we go ahead, we heard about branding, we heard about skills, how to develop the skills, we heard about everything in bits and pieces, but there will be more elaborate sessions in the later hours. In the meanwhile, if there are any questions from any of you for our panelists who are sitting over here, because it is not every day that you'll get to see them, you'll get to meet them. So I would request that if there are any questions from the house over here for any of the panelists, or even for me over here, we would be more than happy to take those questions and try our best to answer them. Please. You may please raise your hands, introduce yourself, and ask the question. No more questions means probably nobody heard us. Yes, panel members. All the people have white beard over here. We have grown beyond time with adventure, and we expect that there would be some questions for all of you who are looking at, a profession into tourism, who are looking at a profession into adventure, who are looking into be not only be entrepreneurs but also, work for this industry. So if there are some questions from you, you may please raise your hands and ask us. We'll be happy to answer.
Can you kindly excuse me while we're waiting for questions? Here is an important announcement. There is a vehicle which is parked in the wrong place and it's creating a little bit of confusion. The owner of the vehicle bearing the vehicle number plate number ML05J 7747. ML05J 7747. If you can kindly clear the vehicles. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, panel members, our most respected members who have been through the morning session. And before we get into the inauguration of the event, I think we would like to thank the entire house for giving a very patient hearing that we could actually deliver. We hope that we have made some impact into your thought process today, and we would see more young people into adventure tourism in the days to come. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. The importance of adventure tourism is revitalizing local economies has been made amply clear. And I'm sure all of us have much to reflect upon this session. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. I would now like to request Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, the CEO of Indian Express Online Media, to kindly felicitate the panelists. Can we have the panelists back right here to the dais, please? Or rather in front, we can also have the felicitation right in front. And for all of those, if you're posting about the Adventure Tourism Meet 2024, don't forget to use the hashtag ATM Shillong and tag at Financial Express. That's X, okay? Express without the first E. And on X, formerly Twitter, and tag at Financial Expression Online or Instagram. Thank you. I've just been told that we're actually trending on Twitter right now on #1. So if you're a Twitter user, you can actually check. We are actually trending at this point of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. All right, we shall now move on to the inaugural ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our distinguished dignitaries, for they have arrived. Please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Srimati Pravati Parida, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha. We also have our guest of honor, Paul Lingdo, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya. May I request Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, the CEO of Indian Express Online Media, to kindly come on the dais and deliver a welcome note.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of Financial Express Travel Summit Meghalaya. Last year, when we had assembled here, our theme was sustainability, sustainable development. and sustainable tourism. And this year, the topic is adventure tourism. And there's a rationale behind this sequence because we are saying sustainability is more important than everything else in tourism that we do. And if we do not create sustainable tourism, whether it's adventure, whether it is other forms of tourism, then it will probably not grow and it will not have the community support that is needed for an industry like this to grow. And in the panel we just discussed that under tourism and over tourism both are not good and not viable. So that's why we had chosen sustainability as the starting theme. And this year we thought we'd talk about adventure tourism. Now, I don't come from the industry, so my perspective is that of a consumer. So what does adventure tourism actually mean to an individual? I think for any individual, adventure tourism is stepping out of the comfort zone and experiencing something that he's not used to. So for a person living in a village, rural tourism is no adventure because that's the life he lives. But for an urban person, going and experiencing rural lives is adventure because they are not exposed to it. So the whole idea of adventure tourism is about creating opportunities which exist locally and figuring out markets where those experiences can be sold. So I think that's where I look at adventure tourism as a sector, that if you can find local opportunities and create needs which are locally available, but cater them and deliver them to an audience which is not experiencing them, then you have a market for them. I would like to thank Srimati Pravita Parida, who is the Deputy Chief Minister, Orissa government, who's also the Minister of Tourism, Women, Child Development and Mission Shakti, Government of Orissa, as the chief guest here today. Our guest of honor, Ba Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya. He has been giving his unwavering support for this event. His vision to develop tourism in Meghalaya and the adjoining areas is unparalleled. And it is with his support that we have been able to create this platform and bring people from all over India to bring ideas and concepts to this part of the country. This platform enables a meeting between governments, between public and private sector players, between emerging young entrepreneurs and professionals in the tourism industry to learn and share ideas and discuss concepts. Our role is just to facilitate this meeting and to take this message across. And when I talk about taking this message across, I can share right now, this conference is trending on Twitter. And my colleagues will probably share the details with you on the screen in a short while. They're just putting it together. It is also being live streamed across Indian Express and Financial Express channels and on YouTube and Facebook. So whatever we are discussing here is not just limited to 300, 400 people who are attending this conference, but is available online to a vast majority of people from all over the world. And it will be available on our website for access later on as well. I cannot not mention Mr. Cyril Dalong, who is an IAS officer, Director of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, and he is the MD for Meghalaya Tourism. I think he's the brain behind this conference and this concept, and he's also, a lot of background work happens with his support. So thank you, Cyril. And to Cyril, I would like to say that, one small step is all it takes to create a platform like this. Like Majrooh Sultansuri said, मैं अकेला ही चला था जाने बे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए कारवां बनता गया. So I think that one step that he took, and today we have so many stalwarts from the industry over here. Coming back to the concept of adventure tourism. So for a person like me, doing a trek to the Valley of Flowers 2 months back was adventure, because I hardly do any walking, I hardly do any running. I have a very sedentary lifestyle, and able to push myself to do a 14-kilometer trek from a 9,000 feet to a 14,000 feet was adventure. Similarly, 6 months back, I was in Bangkok, and the ability to shoot a real firearm was adventure. To ride an ATV in a rough terrain with my kids was part adventure, part family bonding. So the definition of adventure is very, very fluid and liquid. It all depends on what target market you are trying to reach out to and create an adventure for. So I think while we try to create activities, we should be very clearly focused on who is our TG, who is our segment that we are going to target. Are we looking at domestic tourists? Are we looking at international tourists? Are we looking at young tourists? Are we looking at old tourists? 24 years of my career I have spent with Economic Times in the financial domain. And I see a lot of similarity between adventure tourism and investing. So when you are young, you're willing to take risks. You want to invest in stock markets and equities. You want to trade and you want to experiment because you can afford to lose. You'll recover fast. You have the entire life ahead of you. So similarly, young tourists, for them, adventure is taking high risks. When I say high risk, doesn't mean safety and precautions are not taken, but they can afford to because if they break a leg, in 2 months they'll probably recover from that. But a 70-year-old person, if he breaks his leg, he'll probably never recover. So the perspective of adventure changes with age, it changes with profile, it changes with your lifestyle, and there is no one caste rule that I think applies to all. And therefore, again, coming back to the same thing, it all affect of the market that you're looking for. And before I end, I would like to formally thank the government of Meghalaya, Department of Tourism, for supporting us. The government of Odisha Tourism Department, Uttarakhand Tourism Department, Bodoland Tourism, and Uttar Pradesh Tourism, and also the government of India for supporting this event and enabling us to host it in Meghalaya. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Sindhwani, for your warm words. To mark the auspicious beginning of the Adventure Tourism Meet 2024, may I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward to the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony. You can put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we're being led by our chief guest and the guest of honors and the dignitaries as they light the lamp. Thank you so much. I now would like to request Srimati Parida, then Paul Lingdor, Mr. Dingdor, and Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani to stay back and, in fact, come to the dais and make yourselves comfortable. Before we proceed any further, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to state at this point of time that our Meghalaya Tourism Minister, Paul Lingdor, would like to felicitate the Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha with a token of welcome from the state of Meghalaya. All right, let me make a mention yet one more time from the state of Meghalaya. We have Paul Lingdor, our tourism minister, who'd like to felicitate the deputy chief minister of Odisha, Srimati Pravati Parida. And this is a token of welcome from the state of Meghalaya. All right, I now would like to invite Mr. Cyril Darlong Dingdor, the Director of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya and MD, Meghalaya Tourism Development Corporation, to kindly share his insights through his welcome address and presentation.
Thank you very much. The chief guest of today's Adventure Tourism Meet, Srimati Pravati Parida, Madam, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha. Our guest of honor, Paul Lingdor, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Textiles and Social Welfare, Government of Meghalaya. Other distinguished invitees, Mr. Oken Tayeng, who is an Honorable MLA from Arunachal Pradesh and member of the National Tourism Advisory Council. The team from the Indian Express and Financial Express Group, Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, CEO, Indian Express Online Media. All the other state partners who have partnered with Meghalaya Tourism for this very important Adventure Tourism Meet, Odisha Tourism in particular, Uttarakhand Tourism, Uttar Pradesh Tourism, Bodoland Tourism, all the distinguished panelists who have spoken before and who will be speaking today, all the distinguished invitees from outside and from the state of Meghalaya, all our experts, our adventure tourism enthusiasts, our dear students who are here present, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to formally give the welcome address at this Adventure Tourism Meet that is happening today at Shillong. On behalf of the government of Meghalaya, let me once again welcome Srimati Pravati Parida ji. Thank you, Madam, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, for taking your valuable time out and coming all the way from Bhubaneswar to visit our state of Meghalaya. It is your first visit to the state of Meghalaya. Thank you, Madam, for really coming and making time to be with us here today. It is a matter of great honor for the state of Meghalaya, and we welcome you to our beautiful state. May we have a round of applause for Madam, please. I also would like to welcome our Honorable Tourism Minister, Arts and Culture Minister, Paul Lingdor, who is the guest of honor for this meet. Thank you, sir, for your leadership in the tourism department and various other departments for always guiding us from the front, leading from the front. And with your support, we've been able to organize many events, including this important event here today on adventure tourism, which has huge potential, especially in Meghalaya and definitely in the Northeast and in our country. So thank you, sir, for your support and for being with us here today. A warm welcome also to everyone who have come, the panelists from outside, the experts, including Honorable MLA from Arunachal Pradesh, who has participated even here before on many occasions, Mr. Okin Tayang. A warm welcome to also the Indian Express Group, all the officials, and warm welcome to all the participants, especially our dear young students. I see many, tourism students, many students who will become our entrepreneurs for the future. So I think this meet will really bring together not only industry, not only government, not only the print media, the electronic media, but also academia and our young entrepreneurs, our young students who can take forward this mandate of promoting adventure tourism, which really requires that trust and promotion, because we know that our country, India, has a huge potential for this. But if we can come together in a concerted effort, through a strategic effort, and work together, and I think this kind of meet, this adventure tourism meet, the objective is that, where we can ideate and initiate certain actions so that we can then collaborate. And it's a great platform. We've seen how, Odisha Tourism also has partnered with us, how together with other tourism boards, other state tourism departments, we can ideate and take the region forward, not only the state, but take the composite product of adventure tourism forward. So I will, have a short presentation. It's about 5-6 minutes before, we hear our honorable speakers. So may I request for the clicker so that I can, start the presentation, because I've been told to make a short presentation for the benefit of everyone here. Thank you. So a very short presentation so that we can set the context and showcase also to the audience in the room today, and also our audience who are joining online on other social media platforms, on the potential of adventure tourism in Meghalaya and what Meghalaya tourism is doing to promote adventure tourism in the state. So just a brief background of, a snapshot of Meghalaya tourism. We have almost 13 lakh visitors in the last year, and the contribution to GSDP is about 4.1%. We are looking at making it 15% in the next 10 years. We have many, unique features. One of the cleanest rivers in India, the Umngot River, perhaps in the world. We are a land of festivals. You have the Nongkrem Festival and other festivals like the Wangala. One of the cleanest villages in Asia, Maulinong, and definitely the wettest place on earth, which is Mausanram, and Cherrapunji, which is a close second. We have a very good tourism policy of 2023 that we revived. And, at the core is sustainable and responsible tourism. In fact, just on World Tourism Day, we had rewarded and awarded our responsible and sustainable tourism champions, be it homestay, be it tour operators. We have a huge trust on community participation, where we want to take the community along, since a lot of tourism locations are run by the community, the use of technology, and definitely we are looking at tourism becoming a huge sector for employment generation and entrepreneurship. These are the thrust areas, including capacity building. Experiential tourism is a very important word that we hear very often today. And I think it's also part of our policy and part of many policies. It's important to say, what can this experiential tourism be? And definitely adventure tourism, where you come and experience nature in its beauty and experience the thrill of, the adventure, be it a cave or a waterfall or trekking. These are all types of adventure tourism. Broadly, adventure tourism can be either hard adventure or soft adventure. That's how, many policies define adventure. I think Meghalaya has a range of all products. This is a list of, what all Meghalaya can offer to the world. From bungee jumping, which was launched recently near the Sora Valley, to caving. We have some of the longest caves in the world, paragliding, kayaking, mountain biking, scuba diving, snorkeling, trekking. We have had, products like hot air balloon also in the past. Camping and zip lining are some of our common adventure products. Bungee jumping, like I mentioned, Northeast India's first bungee jumping site is in Meghalaya, owned by Pioneer Adventure Tours, which is a company that has really been pioneering adventure tourism in Meghalaya, especially in the Shnong Padang and Dauki region. So I must, invite everyone who is a thrill seeker to come and experience this bungee jumping at the Maukadok Dimpep Valley of Meghalaya, which is a beautiful, gorge that, welcomes you when you enter towards Cherrapunji, towards Sora. Caving. Meghalaya is home to almost 1,700 caves and has some of the most complex cave systems in the world, where 491 kilometers of caves have been surveyed and about 5% of the total caves have been explored. We have Mr. Brian Kharpran here, who is a pioneer from the Meghalaya Adventurers Association in discovering caves. He's going to speak today, at a later time. And we invite people who are interested in caving. Our caves are also repositories of the heritage of humankind, I would say. In these caves, you will find remains of sea animals, of seahorses, sea fish, which is really telling us about the geological history of this region, of how this region was lifted from the ocean, and all these artifacts are embodied in this cave. In fact, many of you may know that the geological age in which we live in is called the Meghalayan age because of a discovery in one of our caves in the Sora region of a drought 4,200 years ago. And because of that evidence in our caves, the entire Earth's history, not only India or Meghalaya's history, the geological history of the Earth, the epoch or the time in which we live in is now named the Meghalayan age after the state of Meghalaya. Paragliding is also something that we are promoting in various regions, including the Khasi Hills, in the Garo Hills, in the Khatkoto region. We have also had international events where a lot of participants from international, participants from South Korea, from Indonesia, from USA and Thailand also participated. Hot air ballooning, we had hosted a Meghalayan Age festival in celebration of the Meghalayan Age that I mentioned in the year 2020, where we had the largest number of hot air balloons in the state being flown. Trekking is something that we want to actively promote because when we talk about adventure, we need to also be mindful of what can a visitor who cannot do all these things, because some of these are seasonal, can do on a day-to-day basis. We have worked on an app and we have mapped almost 25 multi-day and 5 single-day trekking routes all over the state of Meghalaya. So those who love nature, outdoors, trekking is the way forward. We have also trained many tour guides to take our tourists on these trekking trails. Mountain biking is something also that can be definitely explored. Zip lining, like I mentioned, at Dauki Mokdok. Snorkeling and scuba diving, especially in Shnong Padang. This is obviously during the winter months when the water is a little more, less turbid and clearer. Camping is something that many people are now looking forward to at various locations. We have almost around 30 camping and 8 glamping sites that we are also coming up with. We are looking at a lot of glamping locations at Nokrek National Park, for example, at Narthyang, where the monoliths are, at Sora. So, I think in a year's time from now, we'll have luxury camping, almost glamping products that, for our tourists who are coming to the state of Meghalaya. Paddling is also something that we are, actively promoting. The picture you see in the middle is Wari Shora, which is, becoming a hot destination in the Garo Hills. So I'll stop here. I'll request, the team to play just 2 short videos just to get you a glimpse of what is the potential of Meghalaya tourism. So once again, I welcome our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, the Chief Guest, our Honorable Tourism Minister of Meghalaya, all the other distinguished dignitaries to Meghalaya. So I'll end on this note on these videos. Thank you very much.
के साथ शिलोंग में आयोजित एडवेंचर टूरिज्म के विषयक कार्यक्रम जो आगामी 4 अक्टूबर को हो रहा है, इसके लिए हमारी प्रदेश सरकार के संस्कृति और पर्यटन विभाग की ओर से उसकी सफलता के लिए बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाइयां, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हमें उम्मीद है कि यह मीट निश्चित रूप से एडवेंचर टूरिज्म के विकास के लिए और इसमें एडवेंचर टूरिज्म में असीम संभावनाओं के दृष्टिगत नए नए आयाम स्थापित करने का काम करेगा। और इसमें जो भी सकारात्मक चर्चा होगी उससे निश्चित रूप से पूरे पूर्वोत्तर के साथ साथ विभिन्न प्रदेशों में और साथ ही साथ उत्तर प्रदेश में भी एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अपार संभावनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने में एक नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित होंगे, ऐसी पूरी हमें आशा है। हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे प्राकृतिक सुंदरता, प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य, सांस्कृतिक विरासत और अदम्य साहस की भावना को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, प्रेरित करने के लिए इस तरह के एडवेंचर टूरिज्म के माध्यम से अनेक संभावनाएं धरातल पर उतारने में साकार स्वरूप लेती हैं। इन्हीं संभावनाओं को बलवती होता देखने के लिए, इन्हीं संभावनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने के लिए अनेकों प्रयास होना निश्चित रूप से एक सकारात्मक पहल है। उत्तर प्रदेश में भी एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अपार संभावनाएं विद्यमान है और साथ ही साथ जिस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में चाहे आध्यात्मिक, धार्मिक, एडवेंचर, इको के साथ साथ अनेकानेक प्रकार के टूरिज्म की संभावनाओं के दृष्टिगत हम लोगों ने एडवेंचर टूरिज्म को भी विशेष बल देते हुए इसे धरातल पर उतारने के लिए प्रयास ठोस तरीके से शुरू किए हैं। निश्चित रूप से उत्तर प्रदेश और हमारा देश एडवेंचर टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में अनेकों संभावनाओं को बल देते हुए पूरे विश्व में पर्यटकों को आकर्षित करने का काम करेगा। मैं इस सफल कार्यक्रम के लिए सभी आयोजकों को और विभिन्न राज्य जो इसमें भागीदारी कर रहे हैं उनके सभी प्रतिनिधियों को इस कार्यक्रम की सफलता के लिए अपनी ओर से शुभकामनाएं प्रकट करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि इससे और सकारात्मक एडवेंचर टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने में गति मिलेगी। मेरी ओर से इस आयोजन के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाइयां, शुभकामनाएं और साथ ही साथ हम ये अपील भी करेंगे कि जो भी संस्था इस कार्यक्रम में भागीदारी कर रही हैं वो सब लोग सादर आमंत्रित हैं। हमारे आगामी वर्ष के शुरुआत में आयोजित होने वाले उत्तर प्रदेश के पवित्र तीर्थ स्थल और दुनिया के सबसे बड़े धार्मिक आयोजन महाकुंभ के शुभ अवसर पर मैं सबको सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं। आइए उत्तर प्रदेश के इस महान आध्यात्मिक और धार्मिक दुनिया के सबसे बड़े आयोजन में अपने को शामिल करते हुए इसका धार्मिक और आध्यात्मिक अपने जीवन में लाभ लेने का काम करें और इसको और व्यापकता, भव्यता और दिव्यता में अपना सक्रिय योगदान और भागीदारी देकर के हमें उत्तर प्रदेश को कृतार्थ करने का काम करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to hear from our guest of honor, Paul Lingdaw, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya.
Thank you, Gordon. Good morning, friends. Our esteemed chief guest, Srimati Pravati Parida, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti in the government of Odisha, whom I've had the pleasure of meeting a while back. Friends drawn from various parts of the country who are here to ideate and share their thoughts as resource persons for today's Adventure Tourism Meet. Mr. Uken Tayang, MLA, Arunachal Pradesh. Mr. Sanjay Sindwani, CEO, Indian Express Online Media, and your team. various representatives of stakeholders of the tourism industry from Meghalaya as well as neighboring states, and more especially our young friends who are here to listen, imbibe, and learn, and who incidentally form 65% of the state's population, which makes Meghalaya a very young state. It is with profuse pleasure that I am here on behalf of the state of Meghalaya to welcome our honorable chief guest, Srimati Varida, Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Odisha, who also happens to be the first woman Deputy CM of her state. Welcome, Madam, to the state of Meghalaya, a state which practices the matrilineal system. You will be amazed to know that we're one of the few states in the country where lineage is traced from the mother's side. And therefore, it is an honor to have you in our midst. You've met your tourism team last year, your chief secretary and his team at the Tourism World Mart at London. And today, as we celebrate our adventure tourism meet, there is a lot of common ground, more especially the fact that your departments and those that I hold are the same departments. There is a lot of room for collaboration, for cooperation, and for synergy. Our director in the Department of Tourism, Cyril Dengdo, who has been instrumental in carrying forward the torch of the Department of Tourism. It is a joy to share this morning's inaugural session with all of you, because each day, as Minister in charge of tourism, I keep learning more and more about Meghalaya. I take the same interest or even more interest than just being in charge of tourism department. I think I have the interest of a tourist visiting Meghalaya. Last evening I sat with a friend who shared his ideas and experiences about the various species of fish that are available within Meghalaya. And he mentioned a particular species available in the Rewar area where a tiny fish would cost about 25,000 Indian rupees in South Asia. That's the kind of wealth that Meghalaya has. So I've always maintained that for us, our USP is our nature, our culture, our climate, our cuisines, our customs, our music, our textiles. And when it comes to adventure sports, the state offers innumerable experiences for adventurers, be it caving, camping, glamping, water sports, rock climbing, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we would like to see that we partner with the rest of the states, of the region, as well as of the country, in ensuring that those who are adventurous at heart are also drawn to this part of the country. We have magnificent waterfalls, and our caves are amongst the longest cave systems in the world. And the department has taken numerous initiatives, one of which is shortly being tendered, which is the natural uh, trails, and these trails will be worthwhile for visitors traveling to this part of the country. Uh, I think earlier on, Sanjay had mentioned about uh, the dangers of somebody who has crossed a certain age limit, 60 and above, of breaking their legs. I think most of the audience here are still in the age group where they can still shake their legs and not think of breaking their legs. So while you still at that age, and I consider myself also to be still one of that age group, we can look forward to adventure in Meghalaya, which is one state that offers immense and diverse adventures when it comes to nature and immersive tourism. We very fortunate that our chief guest has had some interaction in the past with luminaries like Mr. P.A. Sangma when he was Speaker of the Lok Sabha. She has not met our Chief Minister, and she was surprised to know that he's the son of Mr. P.A. Sangma. We would like to collaborate with your state and engage with your government in exchange of ideas, not only in tourism, but also in empowering our different women's groups through Mission Shakti. And as far as today's event is concerned, all I can say is the sky is the limit. There is every opportunity for anybody who is adventurous at heart to venture into Meghalaya. Very soon, in the next couple of months, you will see the presence of what we call tourist buddies who are going to assist you, help you, and guide you as you travel across the length and breadth of Meghalaya. And there will be adequate information and guidance to ensure that your stay is comfortable at its optimum level. So without taking more time, I once again welcome each one of you to today's meet, and I look forward to seeing that the various ideas and exchanges that happen today do not only end at the state of your ideating, but these will help enrich our improving of our policy, our approach, and our implementation of the various interventions. And before winding up, I'd like to say this, that Meghalaya is a slice of paradise. Do partake of that slice, enjoy your stay here. I will not prolong my speech because I'm sure our chief guest is eager to visit Cherrapunji immediately. It's a slice of paradise, the oldest capital town in Northeast India, and a village that in itself offers the best in terms of nature, in terms of the wondrous landscape, and its caves and hills will certainly be a pleasant surprise to you. So once again, I wish today's celebrations the very best, and let's take tourism forward jointly, because Meghalaya cannot succeed in isolation. We need a regional approach. We need synergy. We need to see that our mutual dependence makes us also independent, in that the more we depend on each other, the more we will grow together. With these few words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you and wish your stay and your deliberations all success. Thank you, Hublai, Mithila, Jai Hind.
Hublai Shibon Rangba Abadan Burom for your inspiring and insightful speech. Your words truly highlighted the immense potential of our state's tourism landscape and encouraged us to all come together and work towards promoting our state's natural beauty and adventure opportunities. Thank you so very much once again for your continued dedication and leadership in fostering growth and innovation in our tourism sector. We now would like to invite Srimati Pravati Parida, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, to share a few words.
Thank you and namaste. I first, as all you know, I am from the land of Jagannath. I say Jai Jagannath. The dignitaries of the dais, the secretary of the tourism, Mr. Saril, and the CEO of Indian Express Group, Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, the guest, the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Textile, Minister of Social Welfare. I think the major welfare in charge minister, Paul Lingdo ji. As I am proud to share the dais with a man who is the fourth-time MLA in a same constituency. And he is the in charge of the textile, which is based in Meghalaya. He is the in charge of tourism, which is based in Meghalaya. And the social sector, as I am the Minister of Women and Child and Mission Shakti and Tourism. I think my all department is convergent with Mr. Paul, and I have already told Mr. Cyril, Orissa is very potential in tourism sector. We have lot of scopes. First, I am here as a lady deputy chief minister and tourism minister. I earlier said Mr. Mukesh, and I visited a place. I eager to see that a place which is a matriarchal family leaded, and I am a patriarchal family leaded state. And I first share with Mr. Cyril how you are doing this. They said me, my surname is from my mother's name, and my surname is from my father's name. So, as a lady deputy chief minister, I must thanks all the peoples of Meghalaya for giving the respect to women in this level. As a tourism minister, you all must know, I first thank the Indian Express team for giving me such a beautiful scope to be here and to be in Guwahati and visit Kamakhya temple in the day of Navaratra. So I thanks all of you. I already just in a few seconds back talked with the Minister of Meghalaya and the Secretary of Meghalaya. What Meghalaya is and what Meghalaya is going to develop in adventure tourism conclave and adventure tourism like cave, and I will visit to Cherrapunji and visit to that caves. But Orissa has a lot of potentials in this regard. You all know that after our government, after a long time, we are leading the Odisha now. Our government is just 4 months old. So I have a idea to visit this place because we are going to uh, develop the adventure tourism in our place, in where 484 kilometers coastal line. We have a long pristine coastal line, 19 wildlife protected areas, tiger reservoirs, marine sanctuaries, and the temple of Konark. We are lot of people are visiting Odisha as a spiritual tourist. They are visited Lord Jagannath, they are visited Bhubaneswar, and now we are planning to do it and develop it in corridor wise. Like for Buddhist corridor, those tourists from Buddhist side, they will visit the Buddhist caves like Ratnagir, Udayagir, Lalitgir, and we have a lot of research centers there. Now we are developed a light and sound in which those who will visit that place, they can see our heritage, our legacy, how the God, Lord Ashok became the Buddhist there. The King Ashok, how the King Ashok changed by fighting with a lady empress. So there are a lot of, they say, I think Bhitar Kanika is one of our best for the tortoise tiger convents. There is the Koraput where the high range hills. And we are now developing ecotourism there to stay and enjoy the nature, the waterfall, the hilly areas, and the heritage tourism is more in Odisha. You all know we have a lake like Chilka, where the birds from the world is coming. And people's visited there to see the different type of birds. And the Chilika lake has a story. When there is a back, someone is bypassing there, and the boat collapsed in the middle of that lake. And there is the temple of Kalijai, who is we all Odisha people believe that when people in distressed, people in different state of mind, only Kalijai Ma can protect them. So that lot of tourists are now coming to see birds there, lakes there. I also approached you all over. They say, आप कभी कभी उड़ीसा भी आया करें. You will see as per your will. उड़ीसा ऐसा ही स्टेट है, आपको आप जो मांगे वो मिल जाएगा, जैसे जगन्नाथ प्रभु की इच्छा होती है. If you will visit natural hills, Odisha is there to provide you the sites. If you will go for the boating club, then there is boating, lot of boating clubs there. If you will go to visit, see the animal husbandry and different wildlife sanctuaries we have. If you will go to visit the longest dam, we have Hirakud is there, and now we are going to develop Hirakud. There are lot of, in the city, in the capital city, Bhubaneswar also, it is a temple city. You will see the Lord Lingaraj there, Lord Rajarani temple is there. There is a temple called, we called Bhubaneswar is a temple city. So for the researches, now the major, I think in Northeast, there is major students are studying in our KIT and some ITR colleges. There are a lot of students are studying. So I hope and I requested the Honorable Minister of Meghalaya to visit our Deomali, the highest ever in Koraput range, where the ecotourism is there, and we will participate in a Swadesh Darshan, so that from my Odisha, the SSG group women will visit Meghalaya, and the Meghalaya's persons and the self-help group leaders, they will visit Odisha, because in Odisha, we are developed the SSGs so that 6,10,000 SSGs is in one platform, means 70 lakhs women is doing business with 19 department conversion and holding bank linkage of 20,000 crores per year. And we have lot of producer groups. They are producing and they have a PC, matlab producer company. They are managing cyber cafe. They are managing Mission Shakti Millet Mission. They are doing Mission Shakti Bazaar. We have lot of scopes, and the leading organization now Odisha leading by the women. So now I requested all of you to visit Odisha and see the similipal of dense forest and how the ecotourism. Now we are going to adventure tourism policy. So I thanks the Indian Express group before I drafting and finalizing that policy. I have a scope to participate in this conclave. It will be very helpful for us. And someone giving me idea in the morning. I think Mukesh Babu and team was there. The in dense forest, adventurous is to walk with forest, cycling with forest, and climb with hills. So after this conclave, I think Odisha, we have requested, Odisha will organize a conclave. So how can we succeed? Because in tourism is the services sector, and the services sector's growth leads the economical growth of the state. In Meghalaya also, I have asked how the state is running, where this, how you defend. The major is agriculture and tourism also, they are earning so much. And you have a 60 lakhs, 36 lakhs, the total population. And I belongs to a state where 4.5 crores is the population. So I hope you will visit my state, my natures, and enjoy the coastal pristine, and enjoy the Chilika Lake, and you see the adventure tourism in our state. Next time when Indian Express will finalize the date for the another conclave, I think Mr. Mukesh and Mr. Sanjay should think about the Odisha is the place where we all can sit together and describe the tourism. But the major potentiality is in Orissa now because our government is planning and the central government is open the works for the development of tourism now. So I thanks all of you and inviting all of you to visit my state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now would like to request Mr. Sanjay Sindwani to kindly felicitate our dignitaries.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Indian Express Group, I would like to extend our deepest welcome and gratitude to all the esteemed delegates for making it here to attend our seminar on adventure tourism today. We would like to first thank Mr. Ba Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, for his address and inspiring vision for adventure tourism in Meghalaya. And especially the video which was showing a lot of places to visit actually. In fact, I liked them very much. Your thoughts on the rich potential of Meghalaya's unique landscapes for sustainable adventure tourism have truly set the tone for our discussions. Thank you for your continued support. Now, our sincere thanks also go to Srimati Prabita Parida, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha. Your valuable contributions and the efforts of the Government of Odisha in promoting ecotourism and adventure activities are truly commendable, and we are honored by your presence and participation. We are equally grateful to Mr. Javeer Singh, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Department of Tourism, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for sharing the innovative steps being taken to boost adventure tourism in Uttar Pradesh. Your government's vision to make Uttar Pradesh a hub for adventure tourism is both ambitious and inspiring. We would also like to thank Mr. Cyril Dingdo, IAS, Director of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, and MD Meghalaya Tourism Development Corporation for his valuable insights into the region's potential for adventure tourism. Your efforts to showcase Meghalaya as a prime destination are deeply appreciated. Thank you once again for your presence. We look forward to a very engaging day today filled with insights and learnings. And we assure you of our continued collaboration to promote adventure tourism across a
our beautiful and diverse country, India. Thank you once again.
I now would like to humbly request our chief guests, our guest of honor and dignitaries to kindly take to your seats. We will be having a little cultural performance. We are starting the cultural performance by Na Ubnai. Na Ubnai, it actually takes its name from the Japanese folklore, The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, which tells us the story of Kaguya, a radiant moon princess hidden inside a bamboo stalk. Like Kaguya, the group's young vocalist, Arlene Yao, is an exceptional talent. At just 12 years old, her voice carries the purity and power of Khasi traditional music, drawing audiences into the depth and richness of Khasi culture. Now, Ubnai is more than a band. They are a cultural experience that bridges the past and present through music. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a captivating cultural performance by Na Ubnai.
Hello, check. Check, check, hello, check. Good afternoon, everyone. We are the band Naubanai, and we have two songs to give you today. The first one is called Ingwer de Pe, which means around the herd, and the second one is called Roilang. Upring parben wat la usap ngan
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of appreciation once again for our honorable chief guest, the guest of honor, and of course, the Director of Tourism for your valuable time. And as I've mentioned a while back, we now have a special address by Dr. Dharma Narayan Das, the Honorable Executive Member, Tourism Department, Borderland Territorial Council, Assam. After that, check one.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest just now left from our house. Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Prabhati Parida, Deputy CM of Odisha. Honorable Guest of Honor, Babal Paul Lingdo, Ministry of Tourism of Meghalaya. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests and fellow adventure enthusiasts. It gives me immense pleasure to address you today on the subject that both thrilling and promising. That is adventure tourism in Boroland Territorial Region. You all must be wondering, where is Boroland, right? So let me explain you. Boroland located in the northwestern part of Assam, and it is the gateway of Northeast. When you come through roadway or railway, you have to come through Boroland. And Boroland comprising of 5 districts, that is Kokrajhar, Chirang, Baksa, Tamulpur and Udalguri. And we have almost population like Meghalaya. We have around 35 lakhs population. Boroland is located in the northeastern part of Assam, and also it is the most peaceful international boundary that we are having with Bhutan. It's a land of mesmerizing landscape, vibrant culture, and untapped potential for adventure tourism. The region with its diverse, vibrant ecosystem, dense forests, mighty rivers, which flowing from Himalaya through Bhutan, and rolling hills providing the perfect backdrop for thrilling adventure activities. Boroland with its diverse landscape, pristine forest, and vibrant tribal culture stands as an untapped treasure trove for adventure tourism. It is time we bring attention to the hidden gem of this rich region and promote its incredible potential. BTR is blessed with natural beauty that is second to none. Flanked by lush green forests and majestic foothills of eastern Himalayas, the unique geography makes the region a haven for those who seek adventure and connection with nature. Boroland is blessed with 3 national parks, namely Manas National Park, as you all know. It's a unique UNESCO heritage site. Raimana National Park, and just declared recently, Sikna Jaula National Park. And we also have 2 wildlife sanctuaries, namely Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary and Bornodi Wildlife Sanctuary. Unique and impressive ethnic tradition and culture, and bountiful of adventure. Activities ranging from trekking, paragliding to wildlife safari. One can indulge in peace and tranquility combined with adventure outdoor activities. The Tourism Department of Boroland is promoting paragliding and other adventurous sports as a part of an effort to boost tourism in the region. And hence, here are some of the top activities that we are at present concentrating, like river rafting. The rivers in the region, especially the Bagamati, is hardly 100 kilometers from Guwahati. And Beki, it is in Manas National Park. Sankos, it is in Raimana National Park. Our destination for adventurous sports rafting. Rafting in Sankos River will be launched from this season only. The thrill of navigating the rapid, coupled with scenic beauty of the great Himalaya, Bhutan, and wild surrounding make it unforgettable experience. BTR is dotted with challenging and scenic trekking trails, like in Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary, like Ultapanni Reserve Forest and Bhairabkunda in the foothills of Bhutan are perfect for trekking enthusiasts. Like paragliding activities is primarily organized in Dangpur Hill of Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. that is only 10 kilometers from Kokrajhar town. It is the best place to conduct FAI CAT 2 category competition in entire northeastern region. And also in Swadesh Darshan 3.0, we got thanks to our PM, Sri Narendra Modi ji, that we got Swadesh Darshan, and it is wetland experience that near Kokrajhar, around within 40-kilometer range, we have 4 major lake, which is just like your Umani lake. So we can have lots of water sports activities also, adventurous sports activity over there. And basically, wildlife safari, adventure seekers can embark in thrilling of wildlife safaris in Manas National Park. As I have already told you, that it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site known for its population of rare and indigenous species like one-horned rhinoceros, wild buffaloes, Bengal tigers, and Raimana National Park offers sighting of golden langur, which is only available in that region. Camping site is always also there, like in Bogamati. It's a very scenic place. It's a foothills of Bhutan. It's a very nice camping site. But for bird watcher and photographer, for nature lovers and photographer, BTR is the treasure trove. Manas National Park is designated as an important bird area, which is a home for more than 450 species of bird. Like that, we also have in like Sikla Jauna, Ultapani, we have more than 400 species of butterflies. Cycling expedition can also be done through Chakrasila Wildlife Sanctuary. We have a very good track there. The world is changing and travelers today are more conscious of their impact on environment and more eager to explore unknown. Boroline, with its raw beauty and untapped potential, stand ready to offer an unparalleled adventure experience that is sustainable, immersive, and enriching. Boroline Adventure Tourism offers unparalleled natural beauty, vibrant wildlife, and thrilling activities, and can experience the raw beauty of this incredible region. By promoting BTC as a promising hub for adventure tourism, we are not only creating economic opportunities, but also encouraging the preservation of our natural and cultural heritage. So I welcome all of you. We have given a caption, Boroline Tourism, Land Untouched. Why I have told you land untouched? Since in Boroline region, from last 40 years, we have some disturbance. But in 2020, when all these groups, we had an agreement, peace agreement with state government and central government with the leadership of Sri Pradhan Mantri ji. So from last 4 years, not a single incident has happened. So we are having a very peaceful area now. It's a very great. That's why we called you. We are calling Boroline as an untouched and untapped area. So I welcome everybody to come to Boroline and see the beauty of Boroline. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das, for your insightful address. Our next presentation is on an incredible and often unexplored area of adventure tourism. That is on caving. Meghalaya, known as the abode of clouds, is also home to some of the most extensive cave system in the Indian subcontinent, attracting caving enthusiasts from around the world. These hidden underground worlds offer not only thrilling adventures, but also provide a unique window into the region's geological history. We are privileged to have with us one of the most respected figures in this field, Mr. Brian Karpran Dali. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dali has spent decades exploring and mapping Meghalaya's caves. His relentless passion and efforts have brought international recognition to Meghalaya's unique caving experiences. He is a true pioneer, and today he will be sharing his journey and insights into this fascinating world of caves. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Brian Karpran Dali to the stage for his talk on caving in Meghalaya. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
distinguished guests, and all present in this great hall. I wish I had more time to mesmerize you with a PowerPoint presentation. Unfortunately, with the limited time that I've been allotted with, I just have to share with you with a little talk. I will be sharing in brief about the caves of Meghalaya and caving as such. So, introduction. Millions of years ago, a little coral island rose from a tropical ocean, swarming with sharks and teeming with shellfish and crustaceans, which thrived in the warm ocean waters. Its birth was not a smooth and easy process, but a succession of dramatic events, where parts of the land were uplifted only to sink before rising again above the sea above. Limestone was deposited on whatever part was underwater, while rivers from the inland brought sand to the coast, inundating, building up sandstones and burying mangrove forests, this destined to become coal. Over time, up to 5 limestone beds accumulated, alternating with sandstones in places where these limestones and sandstones beds laterally pass into each other because of the Earth's forces at work, lifting and sinking some sections of that coral island, which is today the tiny state of Meghalaya. The geography of Meghalaya confirms the development of sedimentary rocks, especially limestone, along an almost 300-kilometer stretch along the southern and southeastern borders of Meghalaya and Karbi Anglong of Assam. These areas harbor Meghalaya's enigmatic caves. Now you would wonder why we have so many caves in Meghalaya. Conditions for cave formation. Ideal conditions like high-grade limestone, heavy precipitation, elevation, and a hot and humid climate have induced the formation of caves at diverse locations and elevations, making this particular region of the country a delightful paradise of caves. Meghalaya's extensive and intricate subterranean systems are the longest and deepest in India, and no other state in the country comes a close second to Meghalaya. So if you were to name the 10 longest or the 20 longest caves in India or the deepest caves in India, they all are in Meghalaya. Now, a little bit of spelo history of Meghalaya. Many of the apparent caves would have been entered to some distance, at least by local people to catch fish and bats, or just out of curiosity. Legends abound, and they speak for themselves. One of the caves at Sindai, probably described as Brahmin Cave of Sylhet by Walters in 1820, was used by the Jaintia Rajas to keep their families secure during times of war. Kirat Singh, the great Khasi freedom fighter who fought against the British from 1829 to 1832, used the caves at Nong Klau, Mairang, and Nyangdai as hideouts. Strictly speaking, these caves are not caves, but more or less rock shelters, or rather, as they were created by the overlapping of huge granite boulders. These were also the caves penetrated by Captain Lister in 1829 to flush out the Khasi insurgents. The first reported cave survey was in 1827, when a certain Captain Jones measured a length of 1,607 meters in a Bhuvan cave that has not yet been identified till date. On 9th December 1828, however, Messrs. Walters, Campbell, and Terranu surveyed another Bhuvan cave, since have been identified as Kremlinput, which today converted into a show cave. On 22nd May 1832, Mr. Krakow, officiating agent to the Governor General since August 1831, Mr. Fernell, Colonel Watson, and Mr. Rhodes found on Lower Mlauba near Cherrapunji an extraordinary natural well where a stone thrown into fell into water at the end of about 3 seconds from dropping. By then, Mr. Fernell had already discovered a large cavern with gypsum crystals near Sora or Sora Rim. The first to recognize casts, however, was Lieutenant Yule in 1844, when he discovered 4 sinking streams near Chera, of which one, which is now known as Kram Makhardab or Kram Mamlo, vanished into a cleft below a limestone cliff. In 1850, the botanist Joseph Dalton Hooker recorded Numismatic limestone worn into extensive caverns at Theria and considerable caverns penetrating the limestone at Cherrapunji. Thomas Oldham reported sinkholes at Lakadong and noted in 1856 the existence of caves at Mamlo and Mausmai near Cherrapunji. In 1867, Henry Godwin Austin, in charge of the topographical survey, observed potholes and resurgences in the eastern Garo Hills near Nongkolam, Nongomlai, and Rongsiang River Valley, and also discovered the underground drainage of the Chibak River via the Kutabaram sink in the Gabir Ruksi. The significant discovery, however, came about in 1875, when Mr. Sanderson, who was on an elephant catching operation in his function as superintendent of the government Kedas, came upon the entrance of Siju Dabakal, where he spent the whole day. At the furthest point he reached, he left a message in a bottle found 47 years later at a distance of 1,190 meters from the entrance by Stanley Kemp and B.N. Chopra. The cave was also visited in 1917 by R. Friel, the Deputy Commissioner of Garo Hills, who made his first collection of cave fauna. This paved the way for the most comprehensive scientific project ever undertaken in India, organized by Kemp and Chopra of the Indian Museum, Calcutta, in 1922. During the 3-week exploration of the cave, about 1,200 meters of the passage was mapped, rock samples were collected, fish were caught, and bugs were collected. Today, Siju Dabakal remains the most researched cave in India. From 1922 onwards, most of the early explorations were informal. Conducted by inquisitive scientists like Shiva Prasad Chatterjee between 1928 and 1932, and Knut Lindberg in 1947. Resident British Army officers, Alsop and Roberts, and other casual visitors like R.N. Day, 1932, and S.D. Gaboa, 1980. Until about this time, little was known about the caves of Meghalaya, although it was recognized that the karst areas of the region had great potential. In April of 1992, members of the Meghalaya Adventurers Association, MAA, took the first tentative forays into the realms of the dark subterranean passages when they explored the two Sindai caves in Jaintia Hills. The MAA revisited the two caves again in March 1993 and learned that in December 1992, a small group of British cavers led by Simon Brooks had visited the same two caves. It was inevitable for the two groups to meet. Such is destiny, a destiny that has, over the years, blossomed into a beautiful friendship of trust and collaboration between European, American, and Indian cavers in the documentation of the caves of Meghalaya. Thus began the most comprehensive and systematic survey of the caves of Meghalaya under the project Caving in the Abode of the Clouds, which in February 2025 will be organizing its 33rd expedition. Now, a little bit about the caves. Caves are dispersed all along the southern border of the state, right from Garo Hills in the west to Khasi Hills and to Jaintia Hills in the east. The Jaintia Hills district, with a greater depth of limestone deposits, has the largest concentration of caves, both horizontal and vertical, and is more extensive than the caves in the other districts of the state. It is therefore not surprising that almost all the longest and deepest caves in the country are located in this district. By far, the area with the most concentration of caves, in fact, this is probably in the world, is the Nongklea Ridge in Jaintia Hills. In an area of approximately 30 square kilometers, more than 146 kilometers of cave passage have been mapped. The area boasts of having India's longest cave in the Krem Liat Omim Labit system, which is 31 kilometers long, and the 8th longest in Krem Umtu, Sunrang Labit, which is 18.2 kilometers. Krem Korsati Umlaban, which at one time was the longest, however, has been regulated to 5th position at 21.5 kilometers long. And it has been regulated by none other than Krem Tenheng Daingjam system, over 22 kilometers, and Krem Rinjang, over 23 kilometers. The Tenheng Daingjam system starts as a sink near the village of Samasi and resurges into the Kopli River in the village of Umkapong. More surprises could surface from this potentially promising system. As we go on exploring and as we put in more time into these systems, we will be expanding them more and more. So the list of India's longest cave system will keep changing from year to year. The district can further claim greater recognition in Krem Chimpe, which is presently 20.5 kilometers long. It is presently the 6th longest in India. It is a magnificent river cave. I think you saw that clipping just now, where somebody went in a boat. So that's the cave. And that system will require over 4 kilometers of swimming inside the cave. So it is I consider it to be a cave of one of its kind that you would find very difficult to find anywhere else, even in the world. The caves in the district are also the deepest, with Sunrang Pamyang having a vertical range of 317 meters, followed by Krempenomsngad system at 218 meters. Just this year itself, we also discovered another cave which has surpassed the deepest shaft. And this one is Traverkhur, and it is 152 meters straight down. So if anybody is interested in doing any caving, you have to be skilled in climbing as well as in diving, that is swimming. In contrast to the caves of Jante Hills, the longest cave in Khasi Hills is Krempuri, which is over 25 kilometers. Incidentally, Krempuri is the longest sandstone cave in the world. Now, there's a difference between limestone and sandstone. Most of the caves are in limestone, and all the caves that I've been talking about are in limestone. But we also have caves in sandstone. And Krempuri, the cave that we explored in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and we finished in 2019. This is a sandstone cave, and it is the longest sandstone cave in the world. So Meghalaya can boast of having caves at the top in the world. This cave is developed as a complex system of mazes. If you are to go into the cave without any guide, 100% you're going to get lost. You will not find your way out. That is guaranteed. So never attempt to go into this cave without a proper guide. The other notable caves in Khasi Hills are Kram Makhordap or Kram Mamulo. Kram Mamulo is famous again because of the Bengalan age you have heard about. So we had extracted a stalagmite out of the cave, which was research for the climatology to find out the climate of the past. And there it was recorded, and the recording was very distinct with regards to that 4,200 years ago, there was a severe drought. Now, the drought was only confined to Sora, but to many parts of the world. This drought lasted for 200 years. And during this drought, civilizations, Greek, Egypt, Indus Valley civilization, Mesopotamia, and all the other civilizations perished, were devastated. That is the reason that they wanted to give a name to this particular period. And they have named it as Magellan Age. Garo Hills has the pride of having Siju de Bokol, which is 4.7 kilometers long. It is the most researched and celebrated cave in India, which is also home to tens of thousands of bats. Then not very far, you have Tetenkol, which is the longest cave in Garo Hills. As on date, about 1,200 caves have been located in Meghalaya. You must have seen it's written 1,700, and that's what we have been projecting. But what we have done is we have removed all the caves that have not been GPS. So to give you a proper figure, only caves that have been GPS located have been included here now. So out of 1,200, more than 1,200, about 1,500 have been explored and documented. And we have documented already 551 kilometers of cave passage. Can you imagine a small state like Meghalaya, where we already have 551 kilometers of cave passage? It is very significant in terms of the Indian subcontinent and in terms of the world, and it has established Meghalaya in the World Caving Map. Now, with caving and the interest in tourism comes also a great responsibility, and that is conservation. The caves of Meghalaya, as all caves in the world, constitute a valuable scientific resource and are regarded as national museums in which evidence of past climate, past geomorphic processes, past vegetation, past animals, and past people will be found by those who are persistent and know how to read the pages of Earth history. This is by Gillison. The project, Caving the Board of Clouds, has in the course of the exploration and mapping of the caves also undertaken documentation of cave fauna in some of the caves. The majority of caves' biological records were made as incidental observations. Studies have revealed that taxa with pronounced troglomorphic occur frequently in the Jayanti Hills, but taxa with partial troglomorphy tend to have a broader distribution. Thus, the caves of Jayanti Hills have so far yielded new species of troglobatic taxa. These are animals that live in a cave. They are very endemic, they're very rare. So Cistura papulifera, Cistura narcatensis, Cistura sijuensis, they all loach, heteropoda fissuri. So these are all cave animals that you will not find anywhere else in the world, except in a few caves in Meghalaya. And they're very important for documentation because they give you an insight into evolution of life. Furthermore, a new species of bat, until then unknown to the scientific world, was discovered in 2011 and documented as Murina giantana. Besides the discovery in 2014 of 2 healthy colonies of Optomops rotoni, a critically endangered bat in India. Meghalaya has a high diversity of bat species, recording 67 species out of the 132 found in India. So just over half of what is found in India are all found in Meghalaya. Several more species will likely be discovered when the new localized studies conducted so far are expanded. In 2019, a new cavefish, Neolis socialis gnar, was discovered in Krem Umladao. This fish, as you well know, has been considered to be the largest cavefish in the world. Again, we have a lot of the biggest, the largest in the world. So this fish is now the largest in the world, and no other fish, because cave fish in other parts of the world, they are small in nature. But this is not only large, but quite ferocious also. The region of Jayanti Hills, which has the greatest potential for biospeleological interest in Meghalaya, is however threatened by the deforestation and degradation of the environment caused by unscientific and unregulated coal mines and limestone quarries. Deforestation and land degradation inevitably leads to subterranean ecosystems being altered and destroyed. The limestone extraction to feed the many cement factories is a major concern, as it will not only remove and destroy the cave, but be a cause of direct destruction of cavernicole habitat by such intrusion and the pollution of underground watercourses with industrial effluent. Implementing a program of formal biospeleological surveys within the region to document subterranean communities that are likely to become radically altered or eradicated over the next few decades cannot be more emphasized. Understanding the secrets of these mystic caverns would open relevances of chronological, geological, and sociological importance. Most of the caves of Meghalaya, as they are unique in their position, isolated from the caves of Malaysia and Indonesia. Promotion should be directed towards conservation of the caves in their entirety rather than highlighting their existence as a promotional tourist destination. No doubt, a few could be subjected to development to generate revenue for the local community. Still, a proper scientific and atheistic approach should have been introduced to minimize the damage to the cave. Hammering cable wires on speleothems is a sacrilege any sane man would shirk to consider. But such are man's ways. It's indeed disheartening to realize that the government or the powers of authority are downright indifferent and way out of tune with the concept and awareness of these mysterious labyrinths. Of course, I would like to clarify here that the government today has recognized the importance of these cave systems and have come forward to support us and to train the local people in the concept of preserving these heritage assets that we have so that they may also earn some livelihood out of these. God forbid that these magnificent cave systems be destroyed in a wink of an eye by the greed and unscrupulous nature of man. These deep, dark, mysterious, and spectacular subterranean rivers flowing through timeless eternity and carving out dazzling chambers resplendent with formations of unimaginable beauty are a wonder world as virgin as the planets in outer space. An untrodden, undefiled, and sacred turf, never kissed by sunlight, yet indeed the Creator's hallowed ground. A trip through these underground labyrinths would awaken the innermost recesses of our souls from slumber to discover our true selves and latent interests. As custodians of these natural and archaeological heritage assets, is it not a moral right and obligation to preserve them for posterity? We can only hope and pray for a better understanding of and regard for our wealth in the earth's deep, dark, and silent recesses. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Dali, for your presentation. Your work truly exemplifies how adventure tourism can merge exploration with conservation. May God continue to bless all that you do. I would now like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh to kindly felicitate Mr. Dali. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly turn your attention right now to this short video from Bodoland.
प्रदीप देखो चेक कराया आ गया
Apologies for the slight delay over there. Our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Tales of an Explorer, which will be delivered by the esteemed Mr. Mandeep Singh Soin, a mountaineer, explorer, adventure travel specialist, and an environmentalist. Founder of the IBEX Expeditions and founder president of the Responsible Tourism Society of India, he is also a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. He has been on expeditions to all the 7 continents of the world and has made many first ascents from the Himalaya to the Alps. He was awarded the Tenzing Norgay National Adventure Award for Lifetime Achievement by the President of the country. He will present his amazing journey in adventure with anecdotes and, of course, humor. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Mandeep Singh Soin.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful for me to be back in Meghalaya, I think my 3rd or 4th visit. So let me take you down, in the interest of time, very quickly down a journey of 50 years in about 25 minutes. And I think after hearing that wonderful lecture, my only request would be, I know I'm coming in between your lunch, and so don't cave on me. So here we go. And if I play with the words, you will forgive me, because I actually am legally allowed. You know why? Because I come from the land of Punjab. So allow me. So when I grew up in school and college, I guess, like many of you, I was, this was my staple diet. And I guess if you're also lucky to have some great educationists like the JTM Gibsons or the Hari Dangs or Shomi Dases, who were the leaders in sort of the public school education in India, you were lucky to get out when you were 12 or 13 years old to the hills. And if you've seen mountains like this, like the Trishul or indeed the Edelweiss, you know you fall in love with the outdoors and the Himalaya. I was lucky to join St. Stephen's College, which had a very active hiking club. And though I joined to do a master's program in history, things, of course, changed a little bit. This was our first expedition. We planned to walk for 30 days. It became 45, all part of, the changing landscapes in an adventure journey, and you have to take it in your stride. We convinced the government then that it's time that young people who were civilian and students could go as liaison officers to foreign expeditions. This is the fabled Nanda Devi Sanctuary, where I went with an American expedition, and unfortunately, 4 of them died after the ascent, which was a very early realization that, things can go south very quickly, so you need to be really on top of things. This is with a British expedition, a great cultural insight, and this we took an expedition to the Andaman Islands to study the tribes and do some deep sea fishing. Opportunities of rock climbing in and around Delhi in the Aravalli Hills were there, so we did a lot of rock climbing. We ultimately have a guidebook for any of you who want to visit Delhi and around. And later I was also the manager for the Indian sport climbing team. And I guess you all must have a lot of sport climbing opportunities within your campuses. This is the Nanda Devi Sanctuary, and my last expedition was with the British people, and I was also lucky to take a photograph which became a postage stamp. And then I saw all these climbs happening in late 70s. We had no equipment in those days like the West. We didn't have much expertise, but I decided it was time really to get a little bit of learning and go abroad, because I always remember Mark Twain's quotation, which he says, 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the thing you didn't do. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sail, explore, dream, discover. So pretty much right through my college days, whilst my parents were looking forward to me joining the Foreign Service, I decided I'm going to take a year off, go abroad, learn the skills of climbing, adventure, and then come back and take a call. And in those days, if you remember, we were not, well, most of you won't remember, we were not allowed more than $500 for the whole journey. So I had to exist in that and learn and ski. And we caught up with a lot of climbing friends. It's a great community around the world. And we made a lot of first Indian ascents in the European Alps. Here, I remember I went to the Dolomiti and we were doing some, this was my big dream there after many days of climbing to do this. But in order to do this, the guide I was working with, we had said that I will help him build his outhouse and he will not charge me his guide fee. On the third day, the house finished and I had 2 more days to climb. So I said that I will read the palms of your guests and whatever money comes will become your guiding fee. And that's how I managed to do this first Indian ascent of this particular climb called Route Astronauti. So that was a lot of fun. This is the German Alps called the Bavarian Alps, then to Switzerland, the Engadine Valley. And around that time, we had hang gliding discovered in Chamonix, and I was able to take a tandem hang glide over the town of Chamonix in winter. I soon went to the UK and started to learn extreme rock climbing and then became an instructor there, and then moved on to the sea cliffs. This was a unique experience where you could actually go and do some pretty steep climbing. That was our route that we would follow, and that man exiting. Some Langlauf skiing. This is quite a easy and a good thing to do in your own hills. I was teaching at the outward bound Lochiel in Scotland, did some ice climbing there. So I just wanted to get a hang of all the skills before I went into adventure travel. And this was one of the last climbs, which is again a first Indian ascent in the Scottish Highlands. And I guess that kind of, captures the spirit, because I came back and I said, I really want to follow my passion. And in those days, parents would normally tell you to become a doctor, an engineer, or a government servant. And so I took a risk, which is pretty much the template of adventure. And I said, let's give it a shot. But we set up a company, IBEX Expeditions, and we started to help all the foreigners who would come to India to do treks or any sort of adventure travel across the country. And of course, in those days, I'm talking 1979, 80, there wasn't much sort of interest by the Indian travelers. And this is the great thing about adventure. When you are on a journey, it is very, very intuitive that you will also do an inner journey. And I think that is such a big draw for going on these adventures, because you connect with yourself. Hopefully you raise your consciousness. This is the mountains of Nun and Kun. I was able to climb Kun later. This is an ascent called Z1, which is also the first ascent that we made with a Japanese expedition from Hokkaido University. And behind me are lying still many unclimbed peaks in Ladakh and Zanskar. So if you ever dream of doing first ascents, that's one of the regions you want to hit. This is rafting on the Rogue River in the US. And then we came back and started running the Zanskar, which is India's Grand Canyon. And for all of you who ever can visit, this has now got a road system connecting Kashmir to Ladakh and Zanskar. And it's the most amazing river descent of 5 days, where you go down on the river, even getting to grade 5, which is the highest in river rafting. We used to do cycling expeditions from Delhi to Kathmandu. This is the first one which we undertook for people who used to come and train for Tour de France. And this was then, of course, the traffic overtook us and we stopped that route. Then we found that nobody had done a rock climbing expedition around India. So we chose some spots around Mumbai, Pachmari, and in Bangalore. And here again, it's a fascinating sort of, this is another area, like we heard about caving. There's a lot of potential on rock climbing around the country. A lot of rocks haven't even been discovered. And this was an ascent that we did. Around 86, in the land of where Ajit comes from, we went and did the first camel safari from Jaisalmer south to a place called Run of Kutch in Gujarat, which was 450 kilometers on camel back. And this is the first crossing on camel back. But of course, it's a hard thing to sit on. And the only drawback is that you often lose friends after such an expedition. There you can see. Then we were lucky to do an expedition on the mountain called Meru, which is the center of the earth, according to mythology. And we trained for it in France, came back into the valley of Gangotri, and 3 of us Indians, one of us was a Swede. We did what was called alpine style, new techniques, lightweight, no Sherpas, no porters, no tents, only hanging out on the cliffs and doing a very rapid ascent on this mountain. And we were able to do one last bivouac and reach the summit of this mountain called Meru. Now I have a 2-minute clip, and if it plays with me well, then we see it. Otherwise, we'll proceed. Oh yeah, here it is. It's a 2-minute clip out of a 24-minute film that was made. Do we get sound? In Europe, which is on a paid basis, insurance backed. And we came back, and Sir Edmund Hillary became our patron. And we then adapted the system into India, and it was taken up by some of our climbing institutes and so on. Around that time in '89, I got a chance to go with the help of Prince Philip and the Duke of Edinburgh's award that I used to run to the North Pole area with the youngest student from India at the age of 16 to really study the environmental problems. In those days, we had a huge issue with the ozone hole. So here we were doing adventure, but also doing the scientific work of measuring what were the kind of pollutants in this pristine area, and that was coming from the industrial West. And there was a ozone hole issue. And so what was the idea of getting 20 students from about 20 countries and doing a laboratory there? The idea was that with whatever issues we have on environment or things that you have to tackle, each one of us can make a difference. And that was the big learning and got me on the path of trying to get not only our own actions more eco-friendly on the ground, but also the industry in general. So we followed simple principles like if you camp, you always camp 100 feet away from fresh water. You never wash into the fresh water. Simple things like this, but if you multiply that by to sign pledges. We did an elephant expedition in Kerala, 101 kilometers. But of course, we also realized that elephant riding is not an eco-friendly activity. It was banned by the state of Kerala, and we acquiesced. And today we are at a state where we do not want people in the tourism world to use elephants because it is anti-animal welfare, and the whole taming of the elephant is so cruel that you wouldn't want to go in that direction. You can do educational expeditions. This is in Sikkim, next neighbor of yours. And you can have botanical expeditions, you can have treks, and combine a little bit of science and learning with your adventures. And that's the fascinating part. This was just when bungee was invented. I was in New Zealand. I did a bungee, had to strap my turban, of course, to make sure that that didn't fly off as well. And they give a wonderfully saying how foolish you were to do this and trust yourself on a rubber band and stuff. Next day, I was, of course, lucky to do a tandem skydive, which is something I would wholeheartedly recommend, much more than a bungee. And I was so excited, I rang up my wife in India and I said, you know, Anita, I did a bungee last evening and I did a tandem skydive in the morning. And like a good wife, she responded after a small silence of a few seconds. She said, I would have killed you if you hadn't survived, So anyway, that's traveling up in the hills, always lucky to meet the Dalai Lama. And that's a wonderful area of Ladakh, which is something that we also pioneered a winter tourism product here with the state government of J&K and the government of India, because nobody used to get, sort of employment in the winter. So we walked on the same river that you saw, the Zanskar, and it became sort of we were helicoptered in to Padum, which is the start of the Zanskar River, and it freezes in winter. So that has become a great trek where you can stay in the local homes, you can camp, and you can exit this wonderful valley, also called the Zanskar Gorge. And obviously, therefore, it becomes a rather gorgeous journey as well. That's a frozen river waterfall. And I have to say that sometimes, sense of humor is also freeze. In my case, I remember an incident here when we had to wade through the water because the ice had melted. And one of my British friends told me, Mandip, are your feet hurting? And I said, Peter, no, because in India, we changed to the metric system. So, stuff like that. Anyhow, this is the end. Then we had an expedition to the Alps. This was a wonderful project in 2002, celebrating or experimenting that can tourism bring peace and can, through climbing, declare areas of conflict like the Siachen Glacier into a zone of peace, because the environmental impact of soldiers being there is so huge. And the Aletsch Glacier is what they declared as a World Heritage Site in Switzerland. So could we replicate that in India? And just to make a point, we had a person who came from England and he had no legs, no hands, and these are prosthetic. And he did every climb with us just to give us the message that everything is possible in life. This is the president of Switzerland who became our patron. We spoke at the UN, and of course, the guns are still firing occasionally, but we hope that one day, in a very long term, peace will prevail. And in the meantime, the Indian army and the Pakistani army have reduced their ecological footprint. So there was a small good fallout of that. We did a trip into the Andaman Island. We climbed the only volcano of India over there. And then we wrote a paper for the government on how they must conduct tourism in these very, very fragile areas where you can't also have the tribals being harassed the way they were. We've invited people from around the world to give workshops. This is a great model in Kerala that we replicated, and I think Raj, you spoke about that. Turning poachers into guides is a very good model now that we can follow pretty much anywhere. And we were involved in this project in Nagaland where we converted the entire village of Konoma, who were the hunters, and now are bird watching guides. That is a sanctuary, and it's a well-documented thing where they earn a lot more with tourism. We've been to Bhutan, Borneo, and I'm just going to skip through very quickly on some of the interest of time. But again, with most of our journeys, and you could do this with any of your journeys, if you can attach a higher purpose to that journey of doing something good, using the tourism model to do something good, then it's wonderful. This is Borneo. Borneo is this pristine forest that you always hear of and dream of, but they had cut their forests to put palm plantations. Very sadly, what I hear is likely to happen in Assam. So what we did was we planted trees just to make a statement that, guys, we need to remember that, rainforests are hard to come by. So before we start doing anything, let's try and do something. Chambal is an ongoing project of ours with the Madhya Pradesh Ecotourism Board, where we are trying to convert these dacoit families into guides and also become homestay recipients, because they often say that if they have guests, they will make sure that nobody comes to harm, unlike popular, perception. Tibet, again, a wonderful plateau that you can drive through. The Kailash and Mansarovar are quite familiar to us. There is a lovely trek of 3 days. And of course, we went to the Everest Base Camp. And then we wrote about it, how they are putting in roads. And this is another huge issue that we must look at, not only in Meghalaya, but the whole of Northeast, and indeed the entire Himalaya, that before we put in roads, which are very important for us, and indeed they are the lifeline for many communities, but we must protect our wilderness as being the wild place. Because there are foundations around the world that are actually collecting money to buy places and add them to the wilderness, because the purity of wilderness is linked to the growth of the human soul. So before we do many roads and such like, and this is of course a debate recently in the New Zealand High Commission about the crowds on Everest, and I think we'll hear more about that from Anand when he talks about his polar journeys and hopefully touches on Everest. Some other climbs around in the Alps, and there's a lot of opportunity now to do what is being done in the Alps, in the lower hills of Himalaya. And of course, in Arunachal, we've spoken to the communities to bring ecotourism. And I know Oken was here, and we've been chatting about how important it is to do border tourism, to open our borders, to allow people to know that this is our land, but at the same time, not to do the pitfalls that we had in other parts. We've done many books and workshops, been to Mongolia, to other places like Mauritius, to Madagascar. This is a World Heritage Site, which is a place where people have done rope work and you can go as a tourist. The lemurs, 80% of what you see in Madagascar is endemic. This is the upside down trees. We hired a dhow to replicate the journeys of the early, sailors. This is Peru, trekking through onto Machu Picchu. And there's a joke about the wife wearing different hats and changing destination, but I won't get into that. That's Morocco, the High Atlas, the Hogar. And of course, when we did a camel safari here, I knew that we didn't want to do it for more than 45 minutes, not 10 days, not 450 kilometers, and so on. That's Namibia, another fascinating part of the planet. So what I want to say is that if you ever get the chance, either to do tourism yourself or to facilitate it for others, our planet is unique. And if you get the chance to experience it, then you're a blessed soul. And there are so many diverse opportunities. We've got to celebrate travel. We've got to celebrate tourism and see what positives that we can get out of traveling tourism and to build communities, to build anti-poverty issues, to build conservation issues. And that, I think, is the great thing about the diversity of our world that we should be celebrating. And the last is, of course, the Antarctic, which I'll be visiting shortly again, and maybe we hear more about it. But this is the area we need to protect. In 2048, the Treaty of Antarctic will be scrapped or it'll be renewed. And if the world decides to come and mine it, then we are all messed up because the sea levels will rise, and you know your science and so on. So Antarctica matters. And I think we all need to worry about all the explorers who went there and have managed to keep it pristine and away. So a lot of the travel associations are supportive of this initiative to say that we must keep it as it is. And if we can pitch to governments, to civil societies, to pressure to not allow this to change, then I think we are doing okay. And I need to run through so that that's pretty much, I think, the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. If you kindly can stay here as I request Mr. Mukesh Singh to felicitate. We really appreciate your presence and thank you for sharing those truly inspiring tales. Another wonderful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to session number 3. I promise you, I know most of us are really famished. This is going to be a quick one. This is the unlimited adventure potential of the state of Meghalaya. As we continue our exciting journey through the world of adventure tourism, it is now time to focus on a topic that is especially close to our hearts, as I mentioned just now, the unlimited adventure potential of Meghalaya. To dive deeper into this conversation, we have an incredible panel of experts who have first-hand experience in promoting and developing adventure tourism in the state. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists, and I would like to request them to kindly join us on the dais one by one. We'd like to start off with Mr. Brian Karprandali, a caving pioneer whose tireless efforts have put Meghalaya on the global map for caving tourism. A wonderful round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Joining Mr. Brian Karprandali is Mr. Jason Jarman Lamarie, who is the co-founder of Pioneer Adventure Tours. I also would like to invite Mr. Shahwar Hussain, the director of Chain Reaction India, who leads motorcycle tours across some of the most rugged terrains in the region. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst Mr. Eugene Yangti, the founder of Shillong Motorsport, a name synonymous with the growing motorsport culture in Meghalaya. And finally, our moderator, Mr. Aaron Pereira, the Deputy Associate Editor of Indian Express Online Media, who will steer the session. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to the stage with a big round of applause. All right, and we promise you, ladies and gentlemen, right after this, we will be breaking for lunch. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that promise because I'm as hungry as you are. So, so don't worry. I don't think any of these distinguished members need any introduction from the state. Everyone knows them. I'll start off with Brian, who also had a presentation earlier, a veteran in the field of cave exploration. Something very interesting. He started it, I mean, or rather was influenced by reading storybooks. I think that is what led to your first interest in cave explorations. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi mentioned him in the Man Ki Baat speech last year, I believe. Do you want to share with us how it started? How did you get into, what built your interest in cave exploration in the state?
Well, as a young schoolboy, I was into books, not school textbooks, but storybooks. So I should take a lot of time in reading. And one of the books that impressed me was Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. In one of those stories, there was a mention about a cave, where the boys entered the cave and that fascinated me, you know, the dark subterranean world. And well, that was when the fire ignited. And it doused off, because then we had to do our schooling, and that was forgotten. And incidentally, in 1964, on a school picnic, just before our matriculation, we had a school picnic and we went to Mouse My Side, and somebody said that there's a cave nearby, and immediately I was thrilled and wanted to enter, but none of my colleagues would accompany me. So eventually I did get two local boys somewhere, and we fashioned a bamboo torch, kerosene torch, and entered the cave. Today that cave is a show cave now. So again, it's forgotten because, you know, you have to get through your college, then your work. And I was not in station, I was in Bangalore, I was in Calcutta, so for 8 years I was outside. So only when I came back, that idea of forming an association came in. And that's how we formed the Meghalaya Adventure Association. And having formed that, we did rock climbing, we did trekking. Then it just came back to me, why not caves? At that point of time, I didn't know that we had so many caves. But I knew there was limestone, and I thought there must be caves.
Yeah.
So it's only logical to conclude that go out, go to the limestone areas, I discover the caves, explore them, and eventually document them. So that's how it started.
Right. So the thrill from a young school boy till
Yeah.
you continue doing it. So I mean,
Yes.
and as you said earlier in your presentation, much of it is yet to be explored, right? 1,000 odd caves have been documented and GPS. Some
we
of them
have
not yet.
explored
Yeah.
over 1,000 caves.
That's right.
About 1,050 caves have been explored. And every year, our main expedition is the whole month of February. So
Right.
next February, we'll be having a 33rd expedition. And every year that we have an expedition, we discover more and more caves. So when it will end, God knows. And the beauty is that we still keep finding vast systems.
I think that is the beauty of
That is the
Meghalaya as
beauty.
a state.
It is a hidden
right.
spot.
Absolutely.
If you go into a cave, nobody is going to see you.
Yeah.
Only when you come out later.
Eugene, if I can come to you, you have a thrill of a different sort, motorsport, motorbiking. What led that? I mean, how did it build? You started off with a go-karting track, I believe.
Yes.
In your initial days, and now you've gone on to much more. Tell us a bit about your journey.
It all happened with the thrill of excitement and the adrenaline rush. Just as good as any other adventure sports, motorsport has its own taste and its own bitterness and own excitement.
Right.
So it all began, with the passion of racing. Back in the days of 1998, I got my first motorcycle. Then I started participating outside in in many national parts of many regions of the country. It all started with a passion. So all these passion over the years has come to a level whereby you see companies, where you see even the government is starting to promote adventure tourism. So I've been in this field for 24 years, and let me just jot down what is motorsports. So many people maybe they found it's quite difficult to digest. How will motorsports help the adventure or the tourism sector? So motorsports, is something like, as I've told you, an adventure and excitement rush where the participants or a driver gets excited when into it. But again, officially, motorsports in the international scenario is an organized sector held by the Federation of International Automobile that is in France. And in India, it's held under the governing body of the Federation of Motorsports of India, which is under the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs. So we are so happy, like the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs has registered this form of activity known as motorsports, which eventually now the tourism sector has been has grabbed the attention of motorsports, seeing like it'll be one of the adventure sports that a country, a region would bring revenue. So that is how it all began.
I mean, you were speaking earlier, we were chatting, and you told me about how it can also help the auto industry, right? You want to talk about a little bit about that? In what sense it can help?
So you see, India is a growing economy, and in a decade's time, India will be the largest auto manufacturer of automobile. And then how does motorsports help the auto manufacturer, and how does in turn motorsports will give revenue to the tourism sector,
The state,
to the state? So motorsports is a gymnasium for the auto industry, whereby they experiment, they showcase their products, whether be it safety, whether be a technological advanced equipment, whether be it a safety measure. So it's only through motorsports where a company is pulling in to pump in more money, whereby they can showcase their products, their new cars, their new technology, and at the same time they need a platform to any region to showcase their events. And there is where the adventure tourism takes its course, with the company wanting to promote their products and investing in motorsports. And again, this is how the tourism industry would benefit through motorsports.
Jason, if we can come to you. You're a PADI certified diver. You're level 1 rope access certification. You've now expanded into zip lining. You have diving courses. Tell us a bit about your journey, and tell us also a bit about how it can help the community around you and around where your projects are to also develop.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you missed one.
Oh.
Bungee jumping.
Yeah, that's true. Bungee jumping as well. So I mean, so you offer the whole package. I mean,
yeah. So first of all, we've been into adventure sports since 2011. Our sole intent was to promote adventure sports in the very new corners of Meghalaya.
Right.
We wanted to take a very niche type of clientele, but into the interiors of Meghalaya, not to the normal touristy areas. So when we got into this business, we wanted to bring in a USP, and it was camping and scuba diving initially. I contacted my brother who's in Goa. He runs a dive company there, and I I told him, look, we need to start something in Meghalaya, but it has to be something very different. Not a normal, like trekking or hiking, nothing of that sort. We have to bring in a USP so that we get in the right clientele to come in here and enjoy an activity like scuba diving.
Right.
And we get clients till today asking us, Jason, how come in a hill station
You have scuba diving.
diving?
Exactly, yeah.
I said that is one part of it, but the other part is, you're doing scuba diving in probably the cleanest or one of the cleanest rivers in the world. So, and of course, the inflow of clients that we get for diving now are pretty heavy. So, besides the activities, we can't do it without providing employment to the local people.
Right.
Like Mr. Balam said, we literally had to tie our hands with the local villages and all that, because if we were going to grow, we had to pull them along with us. It couldn't be a one-sided thing.
Right. And also, just to come to it, much of what you do also has a risk element to it, right? Whether it's bungee jumping or whether it's even scuba diving to an extent, or diving 10 meters, 20 meters down. How do you see some sort of policy regulation coming in? How do you see the government stepping in and perhaps coming up with guidelines that can be implemented? I mean, we have a lot of guidelines, but hardly much of it is ever implemented. But bringing in that safety aspect from a state level, from an industry level, do you want to expand on that?
So first of all, see, the rule of thumb in adventure sport is you need to have 2 of everything. Many of the genuine operators who are operating will obviously stick by that.
Right.
Okay. Secondly, if we have to get the governments involved, we need to have continuous safety checks by an authority from the government. Because what's happening now is that we're getting too many of these fly-by-night operators, who are just doing activities because they feel that they can do it, not realizing that it just takes one mistake and then it affects even the person who is licensed.
Yeah.
So government has to definitely take action on that. Secondly, a very heavy penalty has to be done. Surprise checks definitely, and of course the main part is incorporating licensing norms. That we definitely need. Meghalaya is slowly and gradually turning into an investor destination. A lot of operators are coming. We need to get everyone on board and start certifying them, and so that they'll be under the control of under the government or something. Otherwise, like I said, it just takes one person, one accident, and the whole industry gets affected.
Yeah. And that could sometimes, collapse and impact the entire state also. It depends on how, especially in a world where you have videos going viral immediately, people misunderstanding what could actually have happened, right?
The thing now in India is that if you get a client coming into it, the first thing he asks, is it safe?
Right.
The first thing, is it safe? So, but luckily now, but we get a lot of branded equipment in India. That is one headache, which initially it was very, very difficult. Now we have the big companies like Petzl and all that dealing a lot of equipment. It's more easy. In about 1 week, we get equipment and all that. And of course, from the being from the company point of view, you have to do your regular checks.
Yeah.
You have to train your staff to do regular checks, because, like I said, it just takes one mistake and everything is finished.
Absolutely. If I can come to you, Shawat, you've been, let me put it this way, you've been very mindful of what you do. And in the sense, even when the tours that you organize, the biking tours that you organize, or the vintage jeeps that you take your clients on, one thing that has always been something that you've stood out for is the carbon footprint that you generate and that you leave behind. Tell us how it came about, how Chain Reaction came about, and also what is that one thing that always has you focused on the environment balance that that responsible part of the tourism industry that you so strongly vouch for.
Chain Reaction came into being a long time back, about say 20 years back. And I started it just because I used to do a lot of motorcycle travel solo.
Right.
I used to travel solo. So then I took a couple of friends once from Delhi. So they said after they came back, and I took them through the interiors. So after they came back and they were all very happy, so I said, why not make this into a business? So I resigned from my job at Times of India and then started this one. So, I take very small groups. It's easier to handle them. And in the big groups, it's difficult to handle because people don't listen to you. And I take people to the interiors, always through the interiors, not to the, like you said, not the usual touristy destination. I'm not interested in that. Then if you want to go to the touristy destination, you don't need us. We have Google.
Google
You
Maps
can
and
just go.
do it. Yeah. You
You
go
don't
to
need
the
us.
offbeat routes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I take them through the interiors, and my tours are long, say about 14 days, 10, 15 days, 21 days. So I take them to the interiors, keep them in village homestay. So it's employment for the
Yes.
for the
For the
villages.
community in the area.
Yeah. And then if there is no homestay, then we camp. But they would say 4 or 5 camps doesn't make such a big difference. And then we collect our trash and we take it out, garbage and all that. We don't leave anything over there because we are always camping in the wilderness. And the other thing is I also take a local guide always. Although I know the place inside out, but a local guide because he gets the employment, he gets the money, and he gets some tips from the, payment from the clients and all that.
Yes.
So motorcycle trip is one thing I do, and I also do the Jeep, the vintage Jeep tours.
Yes.
So Jeeps you can't drive them anywhere in India except the Northeast. And I do most of the Jeep tours in Meghalaya because Meghalaya has a history of, all of the Northeast we had his Jeeps, but Meghalaya has the most number of Jeeps and you still see them around, the vintage Jeeps. So I use Jeeps like, 1950s, 1960s.
And you restore some of them as well, I believe.
Pardon me.
You also restore them.
Yeah, I restore them. I've got a small garage. I restore them in Guwahati. So I let the people have a feel of these Jeeps, take them to the interiors, and then take them to Jason's place, the amazing places, amazing adventure, and like that. So since we do not go to the main cities, we do not put more pressure on the infrastructure, which is already little fragile and a little wanting, like that.
If on that same point, if I can come to you, Brian, there's this whole demand for expanding tourism, promoting tourism, but there's also a balance to strike, right? Especially when you're talking about, say, a state like Meghalaya, for example, which is so ecologically sensitive also. How does one go about striking that very, very fine line balance between promoting tourism as much as having people coming in, while also being mindful and respectful of the community that you're working with and the locals that are there? So even in terms of cave exploration, like you had earlier said in your presentation, please do not ever go in without a guide, right? Or you're going to be lost. Is there a fear that over promotion might lead to it being exploited?
Well, I would say that a cave has zero tolerance. All the caves that we have explored, I personally would say close them. They are not open for tourism.
Okay.
But then we also have to look at the other side also. We also have to look at the communities that they should thrive, they should get an income also.
They should benefit from.
Yeah, appreciate it. So we have to strike a balance and how to go about it. So we have to differentiate different caves in different ways. So for the purpose of tourism, we can have show caves. Now, a show cave is a cave that has been lighted.
Right.
And pathways constructed for the safety of the tourist. These caves can be looked after by the community.
The locals in the area.
Yeah, the local community, and they would be trained.
Essentially.
So we are doing such. We have a few showcases.
Okay.
At the moment, the few showcases that we have are not up to the standard. But there is a cave at the moment that we are in talks with the government, and probably we are moving ahead, and we will convert that cave into an international showcase.
Okay.
That will give value for money. Whoever goes in will come out rewarded, learning a new subject altogether, because the cave is the difference between other adventure activities and caving is a big difference. Caving is 10% adventure.
Right.
90% is scientific work. Now, if I'm going to explore a cave, if I don't map it, survey the cave, it has no meaning at all. So the cave has to be mapped. And the cave has to be described, the morphology, the hydrology. You have to, by speleology, that is
Right.
cave life,
Yeah.
and so on. So these aspects have to
But that's a good model to look at. I mean, where you said you have a
So
showcase
anyway,
cave. Yeah.
we understand now that if a cave is converted into a show cave, probably it will prevent the damage to that particular cave. Otherwise, it would be left to limestone quarry,
Right.
and then you're finished.
So initially, I mean, mapping it immediately and trying to see what all we can
So
get
we
GPS
map,
is
we
important.
document it.
Yeah.
And caves that are very fragile, and when I say fragile means that have got high value in terms of cave fauna, which are not found anywhere in the world,
Right.
only confined to that particular cave, these caves have to be protected.
Right.
So they will not be open for the general public.
Yeah.
Also, with regards to tourism, we can also define other caves which are left as wild caves, but tourism can have a feel of it
Yeah.
as an adventure, as a cave. Like Kremamno, it is left, it is not developed, it is left wild. So anybody who wants to experience such a cave can experience exploration of that cave under a guide.
Yeah. I'll quickly open it up for questions. I mean, you have very, very exciting fields here. Caving, motorbike sports, you have great, interesting vintage car rides and vintage Jeep rides, might I say, as well as interesting things like zip lining and bungee jumping. Any questions? Anyone here interested in any of these fields? Want to explore it further? No, I can see some people hesitant to ask. But right, I mean, they're all here. I think we can break into lunch. You want to catch up with them, you can ask them questions. I think they'll all be very, very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Yeah, sure, please.
Now, caving is also it's a risky business.
Right.
And well, we have been lucky for the last 30 years, 32 years. No accident has happened.
Right.
But God forbid, anything can happen at any time.
Right.
So we have to have foreseen this, and we are now preparing ourselves to rise to that particular occasion. And we have even gone to Ireland to train on cave rescue techniques.
Which is important, I think,
which is
in the
very
industry.
important. And we have organized cave rescue mock drill in Meghalaya last year and also last March.
Yeah. Eugene, you want to add something?
Yeah. Audible?
Yeah.
Okay, apart from motorsports, I want to highlight again, apart from the companies and sponsors, I want to highlight again, we do motorsports locally. Why we do motorsports in this region? It's because to give employment, revenue, and to keep the currency running, to get people from other parts of the state to come to our region and explore our music festival, to explore our caving, and what JJ and Mr. Shawar is doing. And to have a varieties and numerous kind of motorsports, even whether it comes to rallying, whether it comes to off-roading, from go-karting, and so forth. And to tell you, 12 to 13 years ago, our organization were one of the first organizations to go to Maulangbana and what do you call that? Maulangbana and Mount Hadrashan. The cooperative societies, they invited us to, since there are very less footfall to these places, why don't you do a motocross event? So we try to do motorsports even in helping the local community or the local cooperative society to let people go there and ride and race and do the trail, so that when they go back home, next time these people, like these participants, they'll come
Exactly,
back with your
yeah.
family.
So you have a
local-
repeat customer, you have a repeat, you're building your community,
we're building
you're
a
building that
community
loyalty
locally.
around it. Yeah.
Apart from this, whether we get sponsors or we don't get sponsors, we go and build a community-oriented, event,
Right.
so that when a guy from Assam or Nagaland or Manipur comes, he joins the race. Okay, it's a beautiful place. We have a lake on top of the hill. By doing such events, the guy goes home, bring back his family in
Yeah.
few years' time, and the other family bring back. That is
Correct. It
how
becomes
we promote
chain
motorsports
reaction.
locally. It's a chain reaction. Yeah.
I know
So that's the whole
exactly. That's why you
concept.
were
Yeah.
named chain reaction.
Apart from the companies, apart from the international or national scenario, what we've been doing, and I've been part, in the motorsport scene for the last 24 years, right to the south and to the Red Himalaya, as being one of the first participant in the Red Himalaya from the northeast,
Right.
in a two-wheeler at that time with very less equipment. I've seen the government in their respective regions, they really supported motorsports, and that is how, as I've said, the currency and the people and the cargo and the shipment keeps rolling throughout. So I feel that motorsport needs to be addressed in the adventure sector, and I wish why would Meghalaya be back behind when compared to the Hornbill festivals in Nagaland, or what Mr. Ocean from Arunachal been doing the 4x4 Fury. Why not Meghalaya to bring in more activities, more flavor to our state? Thank you.
Evidently something the state government can easily pick up and promote.
Yes,
right?
it's very much in there. And by organizing motorsports, we give youths to have a platform in an organized sector, not for them doing, stunts and on the streets, on the pavement.
Right.
It's come and do events that will help to build the community, the locals, the hotels, the states, but not on the roads.
Everyone
So it's-
benefits.
Yeah,
and you do it in a safe, regulated manner.
and to
That's-
let you know, we have national champions now from our
Yeah.
state because of motorsports in the two-wheeler category. Thank you.
We want people to come in, of course, that's,
Yeah.
but we also don't want to be swamped
Exactly.
by tourists, just like what's happening in Manali
Or in Goa. Yeah.
or in Goa or in Shimla and all that.
Exactly.
We don't
yeah.
want like
so
that.
that
We
balance
want-
is very, very
Yeah,
important.
yeah.
And how do you limit? So you don't over promote it, but you do it only maybe to the right audience that will come and will be respectful and will
Yeah,
will
true,
appreciate
true.
it.
They have to be
Yeah.
respectful in all manners, like for the environment, for the local culture, local tradition, and all that.
Thank you so much, each one of you. Thank you for bearing with us while you're hungry. Thanks. I now would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh to kindly felicitate the panelists. Thank you so very much once again to these amazing panelists for sharing the deep knowledge and passion for adventure tourism in Meghalaya. The session has truly showcased the immense possibilities that this beautiful state holds for the future of sustainable adventure tourism. All right, so here we are. Can we have the panelists back, please? And I request Mr. Aaron Pereira to kindly do the honors of felicitating them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I bear good news. Yes, we will be breaking for lunch and we'll be back shortly. Say, give it 15 minutes and we'll be right back. Make sure that you come back because there are lots more of interesting things that we'd like to share. Thank you.
I'm calling you, calling back to you. check. Check, check.
Hello, check.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Welcome back, guys. So we are the band Albany. We have 4 songs for you. We have a song called Longshua, a song called Pralinti, a song called Mepa, and Kindit Benreo at the end. This song is called Longshua. This is called Kasi Folk Rock.
From the men ki baki chai, chukar khuki thekar hai. Naman kata ki krantin ik, naman pernai na way jongi. Atong isem moya kita dengan snap tang bande berukong. Kenan parak dan mau dan rai bam kun sapau.
speak to the heart. Hopefully it did. And of course, making this experience truly genuine and heartwarming. Please, one more time for Naubnai. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back to serious business. We continue our exploration into the adventurous spirit of India with a special talk titled India Stressed with Polar Journeys. We are honored to have with us Colonel Anand Swaroop, retired, who is a polar explorer and Everester. Colonel Swaroop will take us through his extraordinary experience. Please give him a warm welcome.
Of Earth's land, southernmost point, obviously. It has 98% snow cover and 70% of Earth's ice, which if it melts, gives 90% of freshwater resources. It has mountains up to 3,000 meters high, and highest peak is Mount Vincent Massive. If you superimpose the map of Europe onto the map of Antarctica, this is just to give you an idea how big the continent is. Now, this slide shows the depth of ice on the continent. The darker it is, the deeper it is. The depth of ice varies from 800 meters to 4,500 meters, which is 4.5 kilometers. So you hardly see any land component, except on the fringes. This will give you an idea about the depth of the ice. So when you're walking on the continent, you actually don't see the land per se. It's only on the shores that you see it. So this whole mass of ice, due to its own weight, it flows down on the slope sides, and when it comes to the shore, it topples down and forms the iceberg that we know of. So this is how you see the snow ice basically keeps sliding down because of its own weight. And when it comes closer, if it's at a height, it drops off and forms an iceberg. Otherwise, it just comes and joins the frozen sea. These are the various stages of formation of ice when the sea around freezes. Initially it's a pack ice, then large flow ice, and this is the iceberg floating, and the frozen sea surrounds it. And when it keeps getting closer, it becomes fast ice, and then the shelf ice. The shelf ice it looks like a land, and you can walk on it, you can drive your car on it. I mean, it's depending on the thickness of the ice. There's some other peculiarity in terms of weather. It is the windiest place in the world. Maximum 324 km/h wind has been recorded. It is driest, it doesn't rain there, it only snows there. It is the coldest, the minimum temperature recorded is minus 89.2 degrees centigrade. However, the average temperature in the so-called summers ranges around minus 35 to 50, and in winters it goes down further down. Okay. And this, both the polar regions, north as well as south pole, remains in complete darkness for 3 months, and is to complete daylight for another 3 months, and intervening period varies in terms of darkness and light. There's no habitation there of any kind. Forget the humans, there's no plant, no animals of any kind on the south pole side, because there's nothing for them to feed on. Only habitation is in the form of marine life in the sea around. Whiteouts are a very common feature. Sastrugis are the uneven in structure. I'll show you the pictures of those. And nobody owns any land in Antarctica. People ask me as to how one can visit Antarctica. So as for us Indians, there are 3 ways to visit. As a tourist on board ships which sail from Ushuaia in South America, or you can go as a part of scientific teams. India has 3 stations there, out of which 1 is submerged under ice. The 2 are operational. So you can form team of part of scientific teams which go and stays there and does scientific research. So this option stays open for you all as a student. Or third option is to go as a part of expedition teams like we did. These, as a tourist, the tourist ships sail mainly from Ushuaia, which is South America here, and they take you to the various islands around. And they also have ships from Tasmania and New Zealand, but they are less in number, more of it from Ushuaia. These are the kind of ships that take you as a tourist to Antarctica. You're not allowed to go and stay on the continent as such. So tourists stay on the ship. They are taken ashore on these smaller boats called Geminies. Then they take you onto the land. And in between you see the seals, whales. And on land you can see these penguin colonies, where in the summers they come from all over. And these are the skuas, the birds. These are the whales sailing along the Gemini. Another picture of a whale. The seals on shore. People can go and photograph them. They just laze around the whole day. Thermal spa. You can do kayaking in the cold water. You can do scuba diving there. And you can even fly around on board the helicopters which are on the ship. So this is a hut which was used by Shackleton during his travel. This has also become a tourist spot. So I'm also asked as to what is the main difference between climbing in mountains and skiing in Antarctica. So the effect of high altitude is not there in polar journeys because it's at sea level. In spite of that, the South Pole exists at around 10,000 feet because of the thickness of the ice around. No use of Sherpas or porters there. There's nobody there to help you out. It's more cold, as you saw, more windy than mountains, including anywhere in the world. Rescue is very less likely because even the aircrafts can't fly you in there because of frequent bad weather and the terrain that you'll see in the pictures ahead. Navigation is very difficult. Even the satellite coverage to the South Pole is restricted to few satellites. The means of communication, the Inmarsat doesn't work beyond 72 degrees south. And there are no landmarks there to navigate. There are no mountains en route. It's obviously more expensive because everything has to be carried from mainland. More chances of medical problem due to prolonged exposure to cold and winds. And usually the team like ours don't have a medical doctor with us. So we have to fend for ourselves. So, okay, so as far as mountaineering goes, since the thickness of ice itself is about 4.5 kilometers, so you have very less mountain left to climb. As you see in this picture, only this much mountain is left to climb, although the height of the mountain may be about 6,000 meters, but you have only about 2,000 meters to climb. So relatively easier, but due to cold, it becomes difficult. A bit about the exploration. The Antarctica was first seen by the seafarers, the whale hunters, in 1820. Thereafter, nothing happened for almost a century. When before Raoul Amundsen was the first person to put a foot on South Pole in 1911. He was closely followed by Robert Scott, who lost the race by 35 days, and his team perished on the way back. Sir Edmund Hillary, who was the first person to climb Everest, along with Tenzing Sherpa, and he used the tracked vehicle for the first time to traverse from one end of the Antarctica to another. After that, the use of sled dogs had been abolished. These days, nobody carries the dogs on these journeys, but earlier they used to. A bit about Indians in Antarctica. India has 3 stations, as I mentioned. The first one was called Dakshin Gangotri, which was made in 1982. It was made on the ice shelf, and so over a period of time, it just kept sinking in, and presently it lies under the sea, under the ice. We can still go there, but we use a ladder to descend to that place. The rooms are intact. It has not yet been crushed by the ice around, but it's not habitable anymore. So the second station, called Maitri, was made in 1989. It was designed for 10 years, but it still exists, and it is manned all the year round. The more recent one is called Bharti. It was constructed in 2012. It is the state-of-the-art station, fully covered by all kind of gadgets, and temperature control and everything is controlled by the computer. So as far as adventure goes, Colonel J.K. Bajaj, who was the principal of Nehru Institute of Mountaineering in way back in 89, he was the first person who did this journey as an adventurer. He paid his own way with the international team, and he skied this journey. After that, Colonel Commander S. Dam, he led a naval team, but they didn't do the entire journey. They did only the last degree, that is 110 kilometers. So they flew to the last degree, 89 degree, and from there, they skied to the pole. After that, in 2009, Mrs. Reena Kaushal was the first Indian lady to ski to the South Pole. She was a member of a Commonwealth expedition for ladies, and she did a different route, which was slightly shorter than the conventional route. She did 890 kilometers against the conventional 1170 kilometers. So this shows the start point, which is at the edge of the continent. And this expedition involves skiing over a distance of 1170 kilometers to reach the South Pole. So these people have done as individuals, they have gone to South Pole, but till the time we had our expedition in 2011, no Indian team has gone and did this expedition. So we claim it to be the first Indian team to do so. So this is the journey that we undertook in 2011. It was an army-sponsored expedition. There were 8 members in the team. A bit of orientation to the map. Up north, this is the north, and India is located somewhere in the north. And we flew down to Chile in Punta Arenas, which is the southernmost town in Chile, from where most of these expeditions are launched. From Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, we fly by chartered aircraft. Union Glacier is just a glacier which is map. When you see the picture, it merges with the frozen sea, so you can't really distinguish between land and the sea there. So our expedition involved skiing for a distance of 1,170 kilometers. And the height difference from the start point to the finish point was about 1,700 meters. And the daily haulage was about 25 to 30 kilometers. And we were carrying the sledges, which were weighing around 100 kg initially. And then at the end of it, about 60 kg, because we ate most of the food that we carried. A bit about word about agency. There's only one agency in the world called ALE, Antarctica Logistic and Expedition, based in Seattle. They are the one who conduct expedition in Antarctica. So we had to hire them, and there was no choice. We also hired agencies to conduct our training in Greenland and transportation to continent. It's equipment, mountaineering equipment is a bit different from Antarctica because it doesn't rain at all in Antarctica, so we don't need waterproof kind of stuff. However, a lot of equipment can be used in both that kind of expeditions. So since we had no exposure to this kind of expedition when we started thinking about doing it, and nobody from India has done such a trip, so we had no clue. So people suggested to us that you go and do training in Siachen Glacier. So Siachen Glacier is considered, a difficult place to train because of the low temperatures. But Antarctica expeditions are quite different because you are exposed to blizzards and high winds here. We don't get this kind of blizzards in India. So to do the training, we went to Greenland because Greenland conditions are more or less similar to Antarctica or polar conditions. So we did a small expedition. We skied from a place called Angsalik to Kulusuk to this place. It was a distance of about 550 kilometers. We skied in 23 days as a part of a training, wherein we learned the tricks of the trade as to how to manage ourselves in extreme cold climate, how to use the equipment, how to cater for medical emergencies, how to react in an emergency. So that we were dropped on the ice shelf in Greenland, and thereafter we started skiing. This is a kind of dome-shaped tent that we used. They withstand the high winds better than the typical tents that we use otherwise. And every morning, because of the snowfall, our tent used to be submerged. When you come out, you open the zip and then just push out the snow and then it come out. So this is the morning scene. When you come out, then you take a shawl, remove the snow around, and then the day starts. This is the way we used to ski. This is the sledge that we used. It weighs around 80 to 100 kg, depending on for how many days you're going. There's no support. Everything that you need for whatever duration, including clothing, tents, sleeping bags, food, fuel, communication, medical, everything is on this. And we open this every evening, set up a camp, and in the morning, pack the camp, pack it and move. This is the way we used to move during training, 1 hour after the other, and the leading guys will change every 1 hour because navigation, along with this kind of effort, is quite taxing. When we come towards the shore side, you see uneven ground like this. This is actually a frozen river kind of thing, when the top melts in, and then you can see a gush of water. This is closer to the coast. We are descending, and then you start seeing the rocks, and then you pull over these sledges over the rocks to reach the coast. These are kind of settlement. Very few of them, though, are in Greenland, where local people stay, and they hunt seals, and that is their prime source of food. And they store seals like this. This is a refrigerator. In the cold water, the seals keep lying like this. They come out, take a piece, food, eat, and then for the next day they come again. For our expedition, we flew from Delhi to Santiago in Chile in commercial airlines, and as I mentioned, from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier and the chartered aircraft. During the flight to Santiago, we witnessed this volcano in Chile, which is claimed to be active, but it has not been active for many, many years. This is the famous Torre de Piel National Park, close to Punta Arenas. This picture is quite famous for tourist purposes, and we had a chance to go there because our flight got delayed by a couple of days, so we had nothing better to do than to travel. In such expedition, logistic is the main thing. Skiing is the easier part. As I mentioned, there's only one agency which conducts such expedition, Antarctica Logistic and Expedition. So, I mean, you don't have much of a choice. So whatever they say, you have to do. And whatever they charge, you have to pay. Equipment, since it's a bit different from what mountaineers use, and it's not available in India, so most of our equipment is in Scandinavian countries. Food, of course, we use dehydrated food where you just melt the snow and mix it and have it. Fuel, we use aviation turbine fuel because it doesn't freeze in such low temperatures. Communication, as I mentioned, the Inmarsat that we use in India, those satellites don't have communication beyond 72 degrees south. So we use iridium, which functions even at the poles. For medical, we have to be self-contained, as there was no doctor with us. So we did a basic training, and we hope for the best, nothing major happens. For navigation, we use GPS and compasses. And the compasses are, what we use here are a bit different from what we use there. It has a heavy base. And because of the strong magnetic current at the poles, the compasses behave very erratically. And the sledges that I mentioned that we use for carrying everything that we need. So these are the sledges that we carried in aircraft, and then these are the aircraft that was used, chartered aircraft, to land at Antarctica. And then we prepare our sledge, and then we were transported by this twin-quarter small aircraft to the start point. And this is where on 26 November 2010, our journey began. So this, as I mentioned, the total journey was 1,170 kilometers. We took 50 days to do that, averaging about 25 to 30 kilometers every day. Some glimpses of the journey en route. Every 1 hour, we used to take a break, munch some dry fruits or sweets that used to be part of our lunch, and then move on. This is a usual weather condition. At a drop of hat, the blizzard will start or the sun will come up. So you can never predict what is going to happen. You got to be prepared for everything. This is how this. And because of these kind of surface, evacuation is difficult because the aircrafts can't land on this surface. From the distance, it looks very clear, but once you come closer to the land, it's very difficult to land. So this is when we went there, these were 24 hours of daylight. So when we put up a camp at night, it used to be daylight like this, what you see in the picture. Pitching up a tent was another chore which was quite difficult because once you remove the hand gloves, your hands freezes in no time. So you have to tie up all those laces and the strings with your heavy gloves. That we learned in Greenland how to do it. Otherwise, can somebody help with this? Okay. So this is in the evening when we used to camp, we used to anchor our sledges with the tent because in the night or when we are sleeping, the winds at times used to be very high, and even the sledges could have been blown away. So we tie them up so that in the morning we have something to take along. So in this journey, as I mentioned, there was no navigation aid. These are the Thiel Mountains, which are located almost midway. So even after skiing for 500 odd kilometers, this is the first time you are assured that you are on the right track by seeing these mountains, and you can correlate with your GPS. We had an additional day of rest there. The winds were very high, so when we used to eat, we dug up a small kind of dining hall, which is sheltered from the wind, just for a day. And this is what we do every morning to save ourselves. And this is our sastrugis that I mentioned, and we often struggle going through that with this kind of loads and the wind blowing into your face. So that made us slow many times, but this is what it was. And this kind of encounters also happen at times because of the visibility being poor, you don't know where you're putting your next foot. So this is one of our guys. Fortunately, he didn't break any bones, but there were many such incidents. So we reached the South Pole on 15th of January 2011. 15th of January also happens to be the Army Day. So we were quite happy to make it on that day. So at the South Pole, there's this ugly American station, which you can see from almost 20 kilometers before reaching it. Because in that environment, when you are used to seeing nothing for many days, and suddenly this feature comes in front, it's not a very happy sight. But this was the new station which was commissioned in 2011, and the old station got submerged under ice. They were supposed to remove it, but they didn't do it. So hopefully by now it's completely submerged. And these are the various observatories and scientific stations around the observatories. And since they don't have any fresh green vegetables there, they grow it there. And this was our team and the station. And then we didn't have enough time to ski back, nor was it planned. We chartered this aircraft to fly us back. When we came back again, our flight to Chile was delayed. So we spent some time there. So this is how we came back. So that was our South Pole expedition. Do I have time for two? Okay. So that's it. If you have any question or anything, maybe you can catch me later. Thank you very much.
Sir, if you can kindly stay back, and I request Mr. Mukesh Kumar Singh to kindly felicitate. Thank you so very much, Colonel Swaroop, for sharing your inspiring journey to the poles and beyond. A wonderful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again. Our next session is a special fireside chat on a very important theme, and the theme is Women in Adventure. This session will feature two inspiring women who have made their mark in the world of adventure. We are privileged to welcome Ms. Shelley Dingdaw, who is a certified caver. Ms. Dingdaw, I would request you to kindly join us on the dais. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to welcome Ms. Dorleen Kharbhi, the mountaineer and Everester, on stage. A wonderful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Ms. Kharbhi. They will be sharing their experiences and insights with us today. Let us give them a big round of applause as they take the stage. And I would now like to call upon Mr. Aaron Pereira yet once again, the Deputy Associate Editor of Indian Express Online Media, who will anchor the session. Yeah, this one is fine. A very warm welcome to both of you, Shelley and Jolene. Um, I'm joined by two very, very inspiring women um, in the state of Meghalaya who have done amazing work, and I'm sure they're going to share their experiences with us. Shelley, I'll start with you. A school teacher, a swimming instructor, and one of India's first women cavers. We just had a session by Brian where he told us, he gave us so much of insight into the world of caving. Tell us about your experience when you started off. What led you, in fact, to enter the world of caves?
I don't know if this is all right. So I was always adventurous, an adventure person at heart. I've always had a passion for what's out there. So ever since I was little, like my father would take me to these adventure trips for hiking or trekking or some picnics into the wood, and I was always at one with nature, really. So way back in 1997, when I was quite young, so my father took me for my first caving experience. It was Krem Lau Kling that time, but now
Okay.
it's Krem Arwa, which is now a part of it is a show cave.
Okay.
So we had to enter the cave, we had to uh, hike through very thick jungle, and one fall would, you would fall somewhere else and you would break something. That was the hike to the cave. So when we entered the cave with our headlights and caving suits, I was so excited to enter into the darkness. So just the feeling of knowing that no one has ever stepped into that cave and you're the first person to enter.
Right.
So that was a very thrilling experience. And my dad taught me how to survey that time. So I was holding a tape, so always in front. So I always continue what's around the corner. I never wanted to stop. So I'm seeing the formations in the cave, different formations, stalactites, stalagmites, and different kinds of species like bats and spiders. They just got me so excited about caving. Just got hooked into caving, and
Yeah.
then after that, I've been going for these cave expeditions since 2000, the year 2000,
Right.
and grew a very strong liking to vertical caving. So that's
For
my
a lot
caving
of
journey.
people, darkness is fear. For you, darkness is thrill.
Yes,
I mean,
I love the darkness. I
Right.
love being underground, and you just lose all sense of time, and you don't know what is it like outside. You don't know
Exactly,
what
yeah.
time it is. You're
It's
just
you
in
and the caves.
another
Yeah,
world. Yeah.
absolutely. Jolene, if I can come to you, a mountaineer and Everester in 2016. You are now a senior girls instructor, cadet instructor for the NCC. Tell us about your experience. Tell us about doing that peak, climbing that peak, achieve. We were just chatting earlier, and you shared some very nice experiences about, the fear, but also the thrill of having peaked Mount Everest.
Like every mountaineer dream is to climb Mount Everest. Same for me also. As a mountaineer, I always dream to climb Mount Everest. When I was there on the top of Mount Everest, it was just about another 200 meters to reach the summit. I totally gave up. I totally gave up because I felt, when I heard before climbing that there's a hallucination problem there. At that height, we always got hallucination. So once when I was doing my basic mountaineering course in the year 2006, one of my instructor who climbed Everest, he said that he saw his wife when he got hallucination. So it was just joking. I always make fun of myself saying, I don't want to see anyone. In fact, if I got hallucination, I would like to see Shah Rukh Khan because I'm a big fan of him. So there at that moment before reaching the top of Mount Everest, which is another 200 meters, I really felt at that time I got hallucination. Though I didn't saw any Bollywood star or anyone, but I felt like I'm out. I totally like I'm nowhere. My body totally gave up. I just turned back, looked back, I saw no one. I looked up, I saw no one. I was totally alone, me and the Sherpa who was there with me, my guide. So I felt at the time to say to him, ki, bhai, let's go back. So I just asked him one question, ki, how far it is. Then he said to me, ki, I don't know. For me also, it's the first time. So I don't know that at that moment, I came to know that I'm climbing for him. It will be. It is first time for him and it is first time for me. So that, his answer encouraged me, ki, chalo. I push myself, ki, let's go. So just another 80 or 100 meters walk, I saw one of my colleague who were there, my friend, my co-climber who were there with me. He is out of oxygen. He got brain clotting, blood clotting. So he gave up. I saw him, I went to him and I asked him, ki, what happened? He said, ki, I won't be able to climb anymore. So there, I got the energy. I pushed him. I said, chalo, you and me are the only one left out here to finish a goal. So together, I think I push him or I push myself. It's almost the same only. When we reached the top, it was around 10 a.m. in the morning. Finally, I reached there. We forgot to carry the camera. We forgot to carry the walkie-talkie to inform that we submit. I just took out water. I shared with him. My personal phone, on it, which was switched off for a couple of months. So I for another 18 to 20%. So we took a picture. That was the only proof that I have, me and my friend, that we submit Mount Everest. We like praying, seeing the standing on the top. At that moment, I really feel that yes, the earth is gold, and I could see the a small gold, semi gold there. It was totally different experience. You are in a different wall, and the joy which is inside. Now, I don't know. I can't tell you what was my feeling, but after celebrating for 10 to 15 minutes, date come that we have to go back, and we are highly tired. We didn't sleep for 4-5 days. We didn't have a proper food because we have to carry everything. So it sound not possible for us to carry each and everything to that height. So whatever we could carry, we finish up on the way. So
And you found a packet from 1980.
yeah, I was sharing with Aaron outside that key when I reached the South Call. It is a campsite where you can, before you attempt for the summit, you can rest for a couple of hours or for 3 to 4 hours before you push for the summit. So when I entered the tent, it was already pitched over there. When I entered inside, I saw a packed food, and the manufacture year was 1986-87. It was there.
In 2016. So
yeah, in the year 2016. So we were very hungry. We don't have food. So we open it and we have it, me and my friend. So
Shelley, you were earlier telling me about how, when we were discussing with Brian about how you crawl on your belly, you belly crawl, and then the thrill for you is when there is a tidal wave
Yeah,
that also
I
comes
love
in.
tight
Tell us
squeezes.
a bit about it and maybe some experiences that you could perhaps share.
Okay, you mean the most challenging?
The most challenging ones, yeah, for sure.
Alright, so I have to tell this. Anyway, so we had to finish a cave called, the cave's name was Crimson Rangap. It's in East Jaintia Hills. So we had to finish surveying the cave so that we need to just get it done and over with. So we entered the cave at about early morning, about 10 or something like that, with a group of 4 cavers. 4 of us were in that, we entered the cave. So this cave was a vertical in nature. So we had to drop first into a shaft, which is about 80 meters or so. So that we
The fall
really,
is 80.
yes,
Okay.
the fall is 80 meters. So we cannot free climb 80
Right,
meters.
yeah.
So you have to use a rope and some equipment. So we call that SRT, a single rope technique. You have to be trained for that. You have to have the skill for that. So we had to go down that pitch for which was 80 meters. After that, we walked and we started surveying, and there was a bit of swimming involved. Then after swimming, we came across a tight squeeze. You know, for me, it's always that if my head and helmet fits, my whole body can somehow wriggle in. So somehow we managed to get into a very tight squeeze, and it was muddy. For me, it was pleasant. I love tight squeezes. So then we had to do a bit of climbing, because caving involves a lot of many skills like rock climbing, swimming, diving. So that was that. So we surveyed the cave, and then by, let's say by evening, about 10 or 11, we had our watches. So we got a little tired, and we got a little cold also. But we just thought that we have to finish this cave no matter what.
Right.
So that cave was a very beautiful cave with lots of formations, lots of stalactites, stalagmites, flow stones. Everything was sparkly at some point. There was a part where we call it the Bollywood chamber because of the sparkles all over. The calcite formation was sparkling. So we went to the crawl and then had to do a bit of climbing. Like I said, we got really cold because of the swim, and then got really hungry. We carried some food, but just snacks. We can't carry a big tiffin inside the cave because we have to just finish off the cave. So anyway, we got really cold, and by we just had to push on. We just had to like gain our strength and just head on, just move, like, you know. And then we managed to finish the cave, and then again we have to think of coming back out.
Right.
Again to the tight
the climb,
squeezes, the swimming, the rock climbing into the boulders, and then when we reached the pitch head, we were absolutely knackered. We were absolutely very, very tired, and we looked up. I think it was about 1:30 in the morning. So we had to wear our SRT kit again, our harness, and then somehow had to just get all our strength and climb the rope again. So while I was climbing, I kept counting how many plastic up I went to. Anyway, then we all managed to get outside the cave at about 2:30 in the morning, where we couldn't walk back up to the top of the hill because we were so exhausted. So we slept outside the entrance of the cave, and then early morning we went back up, hiked back up to the hilltop, and then where we were being picked up. So that was like challenging and my most memorable experience so far.
Lovely.
So,
Darlene, if I can come to you, you know, just if you had to give advice to a very, very young audience that we have sitting here, one thing you told me outside, climbing Mount Everest is not as much about physical fitness as it is about mental strength, right? Having that helps you accomplish much, much more. Quickly, if you can maybe just some words of advice for a young audience.
I'll just say that climbing mountain is not counted on your, your age, your size, your height. It is a matter of courage. If you really have it in you, you dream, so please go and climb. Because mountain does not know that you are a girl or a boy, a man or a woman. Thank you.
Shelly, something you would want to add?
I think if you're really passionate about adventure, just go for it. I mean, I've tried to inspire a few of my friends, particularly I'm a school teacher. I teach in an all-girls school, so all female teachers. So I took them caving at one time. There was 15 of us. It's just an all-female group. And some of them were like so in awe of the cave. I explained everything about the cave. They entered and had to wade through water. And there was a bit that we had to belly crawl, and some of them actually literally sweared at me. But then at the end of the caving trip, they all enjoyed. And at least 2 of my colleagues were quite interested in caving. So they might be joining me for the next expedition.
So you've been an enabler for them.
Yes.
And hopefully both of you all for this
So-
wonderful audience.
Yes, just like, especially for us females, I don't think we should feel that we're the weaker gender. We're not up against anyone. We're not in competition with male or anything. We're just at one with nature. We just love adventure. We just want to embrace everything that nature has given us and just go for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dolly and Shelley, for your wonderful words
Thank
of
you.
inspiration. Yeah, I think we can. Any questions anyone has? If you all want to step in? No, but you can catch them post the event. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I now would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh, the Senior VP and Revenue Head of Indian Express Online Media, to kindly felicitate our panelists. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, for Miss Shelley Dingdor. And also for Ms. Dolleen Karbhi. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion on a topic that is crucial to the way forward for this industry, the future of adventure tourism. I would like to call upon our distinguished panelists to join us on stage one by one. Mr. Raj Basu, the convener, Association for Conservation and Tourism. I also would like to invite Mr. Ajit Rana, the Director Overlander India. And then we have Mr. Akshit Kumar, the Co-Chair, FICCI Travel Technology and Digital Technology Committee, beg your pardon. Mr. Sanjay Sharma, the CEO and co-founder, Organic Highway Private Limited, and CEO and founder, All Key Solutions and Services. And Mr. Oken Tayeng, the member of the Legislative Assembly of Arunachal Pradesh, member and National Tourism Advisory Council, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and chapter chairman for Northeast States, ATOAI, who will moderate the session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these wonderful panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is still awake. Anyway, it's been a long day and a very, very interesting one. I think not a dull moment. We had series of
small destinations. You can make it in the city, outside the city, in the jungles, in all the locations. And adding to this, we added with the glamping. We pioneered in India, running successfully this is the largest glamping retreat in Eco-Glamp in Uttarakhand. So when we see the terrain of eastern states, this is very, very fascinating. And every part, every state has its own USP. We should plan to bring more investments into this sector. And definitely when we are bringing the investor, it is only about the money we are bringing. We are not bringing the people from outside to work, but it will be locals only who will be working. This is what we do wherever we go. So I think by looking to the future, soft adventures has to be taken care of because it will create a better version of, because until unless the people get adjusted to the soft adventures, like bungee jumping is also, I call it a soft, or is dirt biking or the aqua parks we can develop. This type of activities will definitely rotate the footfall also. And in adventure, we add one more element. Adventure is basically a part of entertainment. When the entertainment joins, the adventure will flourish. And for the hardcore adventures, then you have to create those events, calendar of events for certain one state at a time, and We can create series of events in a year, looking to the season and the off season. And it's not far. I traveled, I reached from Delhi to this place in 6 hours. It's not far. It's reachable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. That was very insightful comments, and I look forward that you find some partners here whereby you can bring in some investors and set up something, very nice here. So, Ashish, you're from a very interesting background. You're credited for mentoring startups. So today's gathering, lots of young people here. So that's, I think, one of the highlights of this gathering. So it's kind of like a master class for them, sharing wisdom imparted by the gathering here, adventurers and.
Well, thank
people
you. When
from-
you're the last one on the panel or the last panel, you have an advantage where 90% of the people have already left. You have a disadvantage in a subject like this that you're highly complex. I've seen panelists here who have endured themselves to go over various poles, climb the mountains, I've done none of that. And
Yeah,
I
anyway,
don't-
Ashish, so let me, so if somebody, there's a lot of spaces where you can get into tourism, you don't really need to be on the ground, you know what I mean,
Yeah. So this is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
I got so complex. I
Mm.
said, let me find out what is the meaning of adventure. And I went to my friend over here to guide me what is adventure. And this is what I came up with. And some of the words here are important for us to imbibe. It says, an unusual, exciting, and possibly dangerous activity, such as a trip, action, or experience, or the excitement produced by such an action. Now, if you sort of underline few of the words, you will find that when you look at the future, as you look ahead, we have always been talking in the country, whether it's adventure tourism or normal tourism or any aviation, we've talked about the physical infrastructure. I want to tell you about a digital infrastructure. Today, the digital highway is changing the way the supply chains are managed, the journeys are consumed, and of course, the journeys are searched. And the same applies here for adventure. If you look at the government, and we've always complained about the government not invest, or even private, not investing enough in the physical infrastructure. True, very true that. You need a physical infrastructure. But if you look at it, the digital infrastructure is far outpacing the physical infrastructure. If you look at a thing like ONDC, which is Open Network for Digital Commerce, let me first make it clear. Two very fundamental points, which I always speak. There is a word known as OTA, online travel agent. To me, online travel agent is dead and buried. It was born in 2002, it dies in 2010. That's when the internet came in. And why it died today or earlier is because everybody is online. So there is nothing known as an online travel agent. The only difference, or aggregator or consolidator or consumption. The only difference is either you're assisting or you're not, you're doing it on yourself. That's the only difference. The second point I make is the traditional supply pipeline and even consumption pipeline in the country or the world is highly fragmented. We sit here in Meghalaya, we sit here in Shillong, and we've had people to say, I've got this canoe running over here. And somebody says, oh, I've got a bungee jumping. But how do you get this bungee jumping and the canoe onto the mainstream? Right? So if you look at a digital highway, like, for example, and there are many such, ONDC. ONDC connects the bungee jumper to the kind of clothes you should be wearing at bungee jumping, all in one seamless technology, if you should so want it. The government has launched it. By the way, at FICCI, we are the knowledge partners for NDC, so I know exactly what they intend to do. Lastly, how digital infrastructure is changing your life, and that will happen in adventure. And it said something about dangerous. Let me tell you, technology is bringing some safety. Obviously, rock falling on you or you falling off the cliff. You can't prevent the rock from not falling due to technology. But certainly to be able to locate people, see where they are, technology is aiding more and more. And somebody, of course, talked about soft adventure and hard adventure, etc. So the point here I finally want to put to rest before you pose the next question is that the consumption levels of tourism in whichever manner will be far superior and different than they are today. And there is no point of saying, and lastly, of course, and I heard a lot on the panel, and we've always been worried about more going into the queues. In fact, Mandeep and I were talking about the traffic jams from Dehradun to Mussoorie, for example, or the cars lining up. Today, this technology is like a river. It can build a dam. It can harness the flow of traffic. You can take it to where you want to do. You can stop from where it doesn't want to go. But the question is, this industry as a whole has to imbibe it. It's all in the mind, and we are not changing our mind as yet.
Great, great. Thank you, Ashish. I mean, technology is the integral part of everything we do, definitely in tourism, whether it's your marketing, disseminating information, you know, your everything you do has to be hooked up with technology. So definitely all the points you've highlighted is, you know, extremely valid and something we can learn and would love to interact with you closely later. Coming to Raz, you know, you're an old friend, and then you're one original, how do you say, down-to-earth person, you know, who's been working with, you know, grassroots level with the communities for a very, very long time with conservation or, you know, all kind of things with grassroots communities. Now, you know, we have lots of young students here who has come to gain some knowledge. Now, all of them has a background of a tribal community. You know, we have a very traditional background. We have certain, you know, social commitments. But you know, fielding them into a place like adventure tourism. I mean, what kind of approach do you see? You know, sending them out to a field of adventure tourism at the same time carrying their value of their culture, of their tradition, of their grassroots background. You know, what's your take on this?
Thank you. Okay, it's a wonderful question, actually. I would like to highlight, you know, when adventure tourism actually started, it was always there in India, and the adventure that we follow today is more of a colonial adventure. And, you know, there was a time when we had clubs in the bigger cities, and the clubs used to organize these adventure activities, trekkings and expeditions and all the different kind of things. But it was never linked to tourism. It was always, you know, a group of people who loves adventure, who knows about it. Either it was the defense forces, the army and the other people, the air forces, or it was these clubs who used to go into this, you know, this expeditions and this adventure activities. But then came the time when, you know, we started looking at how adventure can be a part of tourism. And then we were a few of us who took it up as an activity, as a business, and we took it forward. And then we started connecting the local communities with that. You know, when we started connecting the local communities, we found that communities were far more, you know, efficient when it came to adventure activities and leading them and taking it forward, because their inbuilt, their activities within their villages was so much physically and mentally with the landscape, with the nature, that they could easily adapt to this kind of thing. They did not need initially any kind of formal training. Like you know about the Sherpas, when you go to the Everest, you know that the Sherpas are inborn to, you know, to take you, to lead you to the climbing peaks. Similarly, this adaptability of the local communities is what we found in adventure tourism as the biggest advantage. And today, when we segregate, you know, hardcore adventure and soft adventure, because now in this generation of mobile, when people are more, you know, more sitting in places, stagnant on their mobiles, on the screens, most of the time. So there is hardly any opportunity for playing, for outdoors, for games. So over here, the activities in the villages which are there, maybe climbing a tree, following the trail of a shepherd, itself is an adventure for a city person. So these kind of things have slowly come up with time. And, at least in the domestic market, this has been a very good combination that you ride a bullock cart or you go on a shepherd's trail or you climb up a tree, and all this kind of small little village activities which the villagers are very much used to has also become a part of adventure. So rural tourism and adventure is now like married to each other. It's two sides of a coin where we can, just say that, our villages are the backyards for adventure, and let's bank on it, let's work on it, because no one in the world has such a good landscape all the way from the seas to the desert to the Himalaya.
Thank you, Raz. Great points. But at the same time, all these activities, adventure tourism, unless it converts into economic benefit for the people, unless it converts into a career option for the young people, I don't think it make much sense. But at the same time, we have to ensure the safety guidelines, risk mitigation, those are all in place. People come for a holiday. Of course, they want to take a bit of risk. Everybody's done. That's what adventure is about. You do something out of your comfort zone, something physical, something something your mom would tell you not to do. Mr. Soin has done, I don't know, all kind of things. Cornet Swarup has just shown his madness walking on the polar areas. On my part, I rafted down the Grand Canyon and I have a certificate in paragliding and things like that. But, what we have to keep in mind is that, we have to, the safety and then
very true.
Is
Very
the
true.
paramount
Again, as you have-
important.
yes.
We have to go parallel with that as we develop tourism, adventure tourism, wherever it is, we have to maintain that, safety and sustainability, everything is in place. Now, we have a very interesting panelist here. There are a different kind of adventure we have. So he's from a slightly non-linear adventure, may I say, culinary adventure. He's done some interesting food. It's not just sitting and eating in it, combined with safaris and physical activities. So, Ajit, what do you see as future of adventure tourism, but incorporating what you do? Most of the
Yeah, thank
food
you.
is a part of everything. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. First, I'd just like to, address the topic, which is the future of adventure tourism. I think adventure tourism is here to explode. It's going to become huge. Now, what is adventure? Adventure is a mindset. What is an adventure for one person is nothing for the other person. But what has changed in travel is people no longer just want to travel and visit and see. They want to participate and get immersive with an experience. That's the way travel has become. And the trend that one is seeing, especially after COVID, when people were locked up at home, this new culture, work from home culture started, which even though offices have reopened, the work from home culture is very much still there. People still do 2-3 days a week from home. So when people get out, they really want to get out and do stuff. And it's in the doing stuff, which is where service providers for adventure travel need to be able to offer a variety of things. Like everyone has spoken about soft adventure, hard adventure. Again, what is hard adventure for somebody might be soft for somebody else. However, you have a basic category, like, if you're going to be doing mountaineering, that very clearly comes under hard adventure. But even soft adventure, like what we do, what is it that we do? We call it a rural adventure. What is it? It's basically getting off the main road, getting into our open jeeps, getting into a four-wheel drive, doing a run on a dry riverbed, interacting with local communities, having a rural lunch, or if it's slightly more detailed, people want a little more out of it, then we do something which we've earned a name for over the last few years, which is a kind of underground cooking of a leg of lamb or something. And we invite the guests, to get their hands dirty, to help. Now, all this constitutes as an adventure, And this is what it is becoming. Adventure, I mean, people who want to take part in adventure, adventure varies with age, economic levels, and the area you come from, fitness levels. Today, you see the youth of today, they are much fitter. They are more conscious about what they are going to be in their old age. They are eating healthy. I see it with my own kids. I see it with my kids' friends. They're eating healthier and they're living healthier. And the result is that they also want to go out and do more. So I think even the tour operators and travel companies and hotels who used to be just receiving guests and giving them, what a hotel gives, have to incorporate a level of adventure to offer. And similar with tour operators, they have to, even if they've never done adventure, they will, if they already haven't done so, have an adventure wing in their agency, because that's the future of travel today.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Azit. Those are really insightful points. So I think what we gathered today is adventure tourism has a really big potential, long way to go, but it has to be combined with a very deep understanding of your activity. It has to be supported by very good government policies. And of course, it has to come, it has to be provided with really nice and interesting food. So I like to thank all the panelists here today and all the audience for your patience listening. And this is definitely the last of our, this is not the last of our, meeting and deliberation. Only a few, lots more of this coming. And we are happy to be in touch. If any of you want to get in touch with us, keep in touch and be a part of the network. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to add one small thing, like the beauty which I've seen in Meghalaya and the surrounding area, Arunachal Pradesh. I'll just give a small example of promotion and getting everything into the bucket. You must have heard about a movie of three friends going to Spain and doing different activities. That changed the scenario of inbound tourism of Spain altogether. Everybody was rushing for their reunion parties over there and doing the stuff. When we have so much of adventure in our states, why can't we invite Bollywood directors, writers to write a story, a script, a program over here, create a series over here, and that will be a very fascinating idea of bringing the Bollywood to these states. I think it's still missing. I think we should add that.
Can I make a final line? Whereas you can have adventurous tourism, but you can't have tourism which is adventurous. So therefore, that's where technology comes in to make it, from the time you leave home to the time you get back, as seamless possible interaction in your footsteps.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and see you soon.
Thank you so very much to all our panelists for that insightful discussion on the future of adventure tourism. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of proceedings in Yes, I just want to repeat myself yet once again. For those of you all who are still seated, thank you so very much for your patience. And now, as we approach the end of the proceedings in the main auditorium, and before we move to conference room number 1 for the workshop session, I would like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh, the Senior VP and Revenue Head of Indian Express Online Media, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this enlightening session on adventure tourism in the beautiful Northeast region, I express my heartfelt gratitude. It is an honor to extend my thanks to all those who have made this event possible. Our Chief Guest, Srimati Prabita Parida, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and the Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha, and Mr. Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya. Thank you both for your presence and valuable contribution to this seminar. I would also like to thank the Meghalaya Tourism Department, our presenting partner, as well as our gold partners, Odisha Tourism, Uttarakhand Tourism, Bodoland Tourism, and Uttar Pradesh Tourism. I would like to express our appreciation to our distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists. Your global insights and expertise have illuminated the significance of sustainable and responsible adventure tourism in India. I'm sure we go home today motivated to embrace and promote the rich cultural and natural heritage of our country. To the attendees, young and experienced, we hope this meet helps you work towards preserving the unique ecosystem and cultural diversity of the Northeast. On behalf of Indian Express Online Media, we will ensure that learnings from this session are taken far and wide. Thank you once again, and we look forward to our continued collaboration in making Northeast India a shining example of sustainable and responsible adventure travel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to move to room number 1, I guess, room number 1? Conference room number 1 for the workshop. Thank you.